Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Research Week. My name is Dr. Priscilla Mensah, and I'm the Acting Senior Director of the Mandela International Office and Director for Research Development. Director General, the Science, Technology and Innovation Department, Dr. Phil Mjwaha, distinguished guests, colleagues, and students, welcome. I thought we should begin today with a brief overview of yesterday's conversations. So the DVC, Dr. Mgwebi, started by setting out the South African science, technology, and innovation ecosystem, referencing the work that's being done by the National Advisory Council on Innovation, the ASAF, the ministries, the agencies, the funding agencies within our ecosystem, and the research performers, which includes universities like us. So it was good for us to begin or to set the scene for Research Week by remembering what South Africa's national system of innovation looks like. And then DG, we had a very good engagement on the persistent barriers to women leadership in STEM. And we were reminded that we cannot attain excellence without equity and inclusion. So when it comes to women in STEM, it will be important to pay women what they deserve, provide mentorship, and an enabling environment. We're also grateful to DHET and the NRF for presenting opportunities for funding for postgraduate students. And then there was a very good discussion on creating synergies for intra-Africa mobility and research collaborations with partners in BRICS countries and other global partners. And so we also want to remind everyone that we have wonderful exhibitions being set up by the various faculties. And so we hope, DG, that you will take a tour of the exhibitions as well after the presentation. Today, being day 2, we have a fantastic program lined up, and we couldn't begin it much better than a discussion by the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation on the decadal plan. And then we will have a conversation around what research integrity means in the age of AI. And then there has been a very important study commissioned by the Department of Higher Education and Training that did a national tracer study of doctoral graduates in South Africa. What do the findings tell us about doctoral degrees in South Africa? So we look forward to that very engaging conversation. And then after lunch, we will focus on our emerging researchers, beginning with a presentation by an NGAP academic on ocean decade challenges and scenarios for South Africa's ocean economy. We will conclude the day with cocktails. Oh, unfortunately, DJ, I think you will miss that. With cocktails, but it's a working cocktail because we will then use that opportunity as a networking opportunity to get to know our amazing postdoctoral fellows at Nelson Mandela University. So I'm sure you will want to stay for that. So without further ado, I would like to invite our keynote speaker for this morning, Dr. Phil Mjwaha, to present on the DSI Decadal Plan. Please help me welcome him.
Thanks, Priscilla. Thanks, Priscilla. I'm sorry I can't join the cocktails, but at my age, you know when you're not wanted. So I've been dumped so many times that I don't take offense. But thanks very much for asking us to come and share a few words about what we would like to do in the next 10 years. And we come here in Gqeberha on a day when we think the weather is improving from yesterday when I landed here. So I was reminding one of your colleagues that this is a very historic city for me and for us, especially those of us who are religious, because I was told that I'm likely to find Jesus here because this is the city where we were told that Jesus was seen here when the DA took over from the ANC a couple of years ago. So it's a very important historic city for me from that perspective. So what do we want to share with you today? We just want to give you a little bit of background as to what keeps us awake at night, and a little bit of the background and the philosophy of the decadal plan. And then, like anything else, we are putting our heads on the block and say there are things that we'll be doing in the system of innovation, but there are things that we would like to enhance our activities. So we have certain priorities, and this is a debate that is ongoing, especially within the scientific community, that says we need to fund research across all sectors, but we're saying yes, but. So let's talk about that. And then, of course, there are enablers of the system that we want to share with you. And just to conclude by saying we've been working with the National Research Foundation and some of the things that we would like them to do. So I thought I would be transparent and share them with you because they are closer to yourself as the universities. So this is just to remind us that we are living in a new world, which is complex, uncertain, and rapidly changing as we are in this room. So when we realized that, we felt let's develop a new policy called the White Paper 2019, adopted by Cabinet. And then, of course, we know the climate change effects, the global inequalities and disparities, and the effect of COVID, post-COVID, Russian-Ukraine conflict, energy crisis, cost of living. In fact, I don't know who I was telling that I usually go to Paris, work-related, not for fashion. And for the first time, I saw people in Paris sleeping on the streets. So this was something new for me. If you go to the southern part in Marseille, people say you'll see 10 times of that. And then, of course, everybody in the world is looking at new approaches on the role of science, technology, and innovation policy, moving away from productivity and competitiveness and the role of firms in the economy, which is the previous policy orientation, towards how do we contribute to the just transitions that we're seeing, whether it's in health or whether in energy, and most importantly, how do we bring inclusivity. So the first point that I wanted to share with you, which your first message, is that things are changing around us, sometimes rapidly, sometimes slow, and sometimes we are aware of them, but maybe we never ask, what do these mean for us? So I just took this slide, which is the work that is done, as you can see, in Sussex, where they were looking at how mobility in the next couple of years is going to look like. And again, it's a simple slide, but if you think about it and start to look at industry structure, it means that the structure of the industry in mobility is going to change in the next 10 to 15 years. The markets and user practices are using. I suspect some of you are driving EVs, some of you are driving hybrid cars, and some of you perhaps will be driving hydrogen fuel cell cars. So things are changing in the mobility. The road and traffic infrastructure, culture and symbolic meaning, vehicles, regulations, and so forth. Now you could say, yes, we know this, DG, but for the Eastern Cape, for instance, you have a huge problem in terms of social transitions that will be brought about by the changing structure of the industry here, because you have quite a large industry. So we should be worried about this and starting to think and how to respond to this issue. The second one is what everybody knows, and I know the session after this will be looking at AR. I remember 2-3 years ago reading on the newspapers that one bank was getting rid of about 3,500 tellers. So I don't know how many of you have been inside the bank in the last 2 years? Huh? You've never been to a bank? Again, just shows all the sectors of the economy that would be affected by AI, so I don't have to tell you about this. In one meeting, and Tabi was at that meeting, just to show that things are changing, just to also give things into perspective, I asked people how many of them remember the day when you were not allowed to press a button in the lift because there was an old person who was sitting on the chair, and his job was to move the lift up and down. So because there are fewer people laughing here, I can tell the age profile of you here in the room. So because of these changes and these worries, then we then decided, let's refresh our policy through the white paper. Please read it. And then, of course, we are implementing the policy through the decadal plan, whose name is Deepening Knowledge Economy for Enhanced Socio-Economic Impact. So that's what we are trying to do here. So the white paper highlighted two priorities. The first is to develop the science system and support research. So we want to emphasize this because when you talk about priorities and trying to get socio-economic impact from knowledge, the feeling is that investing in research is not going to be important. As well as, secondly, to enhance the impact derived from science, technology, and innovation so we can derive the maximum impact that we're looking for. I've got a number of slides where I'll give you examples of what we mean by this. So I will not again go through the detail, trying to stick to about 35 minutes so we have time to engage. We are aware that the system of innovation has pockets of excellence, areas where we are really world-class or better than anywhere else in the world, and therefore want to support institutions, develop research capability and high-end skills. I am aware that there is a session that looks at social sciences and humanities, because everyone says the challenges that we are faced today are not going to be solved only by artificial intelligence. In fact, every time you come with something in the natural sciences, people say, what about the ethics of AI? So always you talk about new renewable energy, and then the question is, are you making sure that people have access to the renewable energy? So these transitions then we need to manage with both social and natural sciences. We anticipate huge transitions in health, education, energy, and then we need to make sure that we are able to manage these transitions in the next couple of years, and we think you as the researchers and the sciences team have a role to play. So the first message, therefore, before I move on, is that we are in the world where things are changing around us, and we need to start planning for the world that is going to be different in the next 5 or 10 years. So that's the first message. The second message is that over the last 2, 3, 4 years, we then said we can't invest equally in everything. There are areas where we have either challenges or we have excellence in research. How do we then marry the two so that we make the impact? So we started off with the National Advisory Council on Innovation on the left-hand side, doing foresight studies, and these are the domains that they came up with. And then we looked at the white paper and how it was saying we can make a contribution in revitalizing existing sectors of the economy, support emerging industries, and exploit new sources of growth. And as a result of that, the slide on the right-hand side is then what we have as our priorities. So we would like to see whether we can modernize agriculture. It's an important sector of the economy. How do we modernize it? I'll give you one example of that. I won't talk about manufacturing and mining today, but we've got a program in mining where we are working with the Mineral Council of South Africa. They've identified problems of modern mining, and therefore we are working with them. We also have large innovation programs in health and energy. I'll give you a flavor of what we mean by that. Unfortunately, I won't say much about circular economy and digital economy today, but this is an area where we are investing hugely in, and then nothing on societal grand challenges, except you know what we mean by this. So this is, again, just going through these things in much more detail. Climate change and sustainability, we have a huge program that we are investing in. Future of work, education and skills, the future of society. These are things we have to worry about. As I've said, between here, some of you know the people who were driving the lift, some of you don't know them. I remember when I was young, I used to have a bank book that was filled by hand every time I go to the bank. I see the younger generation is looking at me with the look that says, where the hell were you, you know? So the societies are going to change even more in the future, and how do we then start to anticipate innovation for a healthy population? Yesterday we had presentation by a few institutions, and one key question that we kept asking them is whether we like it or not, the national health insurance will be with us. Can the science system bring the cost of the NHI down? And we have a couple of examples that we are exploring where we're drawing on the universities to make sure that it's implemented at a cost that doesn't go huge in our pockets. But there are many, many, many other areas of work in health, and then energy, as I said, I'll give you some examples on this. So let me then start by looking at the health sector. So what we anticipate is that the health sector, in fact, I'm told this is where we spend the largest amount of money importing health-related products in South Africa. I don't know the number, but it's the largest in terms of the money leaving South Africa. But we do know that we need to start thinking about digital health. We need to start thinking about precision medicine, and then we need to start thinking about the convergence of a number of technologies to find better healthcare. And this is the picture at the bottom. But what I'd like to share with you is just one area. As I say, there are many, many areas where the question was asked to our minister on the 24th of December 2019. Is it? And the president said to him, why can't we develop our own vaccine? And when you look at the numbers on the papers about how much we paid in relation to other countries, you can see why this is important. So in the last couple of years, we've been looking at, is it really possible for South Africa to develop its own vaccine? So we've chosen what we call 4 platforms. The mRNA platform. We've started with a number of partners, World Health Organization, Africa CDC, BioVac, Afrigen Biologics, MRC, to look at the knowledge of mRNA and extracting the ingredients in mRNA to produce vaccines. So they're at preclinical trial with this work in one of the vaccines for COVID-19. So we've also chosen an area which is called VLP. Don't worry about what it means. I probably myself don't know what it is. It's called virus-like particle platform. One day I can come and show you the picture, conjugated vaccine and inactivated pathogen. So the 4 platforms, that's all you have to remember. So why is it important that we've developed these vaccines? So this is the number that every 3-year cycle we pay on vaccine. It's 13.2 billion rands every 3 years. That's the money that whenever you look at your salary, there's a 40-odd%. This is where it's going, partly. So we've identified the red colors are the vaccines that we think, based on the platforms that I've shown you, where we believe we can manufacture vaccines and save the country those amounts of money. When I calculated yesterday, it's 7.4 billion. So it's more than 50% of the 13 billion that we can impact by producing our local vaccines. So if you invite me, Priscilla, in 3-4 years' time, we will update you because we've identified institutions that are going to start this work. Resources have been given to them, and we think we'll be able to not import all of the vaccines, but at least to start producing them here. The second area of work that we have focused attention on is the renewable energy, hydrogen, South Africa energy storage, and carbon capture storage and CO2. So this is our energy program. I don't know how many of you know that the batteries that are going to be in the EVs, Martin, they contain nickel, manganese, cobalt, and lithium, yeah, mixed in a particular way. I don't know how many of you know that manganese, 80% of the world's manganese is in South Africa, nickel is in South Africa, cobalt, probably not here in the DRC, and a lot of lithium in Zimbabwe and the DRC. And it's a pity that politically we haven't thought about how to use these resources cleverly in this energy storage program. But we've started to look at putting consortia of universities where we think, and again, this is a conversation we've started with yourself as the university around how do we back integrate some of the components of the EVs, including the battery, here at Nelson Mandela. And I know that last time I visited here, I was shown excellent work that is happening in the university. So I would like to work with yourself around how to make sure that the local components of some of these batteries for the EV transition happens here. The second one, which is carbon capture and storage, 6 months ago, let me just maybe show you a picture of this. I'll come back. It's this technology which we put in flue gas in Dwaalboom. It's a cement factory. So you know that the cement factory throws CO2 in the atmosphere and other particulate matter and other components. So if you take hydrogen and inject it in the flue gas, you are able to capture some of the carbon and convert some of the particulate matter into fertilizer salt, ammonia, as well as sulfuric acid. So this is not an idea, this is something that has already been piloted, and we are now moving this to a power station in Kelvin in Gauteng. So just imagine the debate that is happening around getting rid of coal-fired power stations in Mpumalanga. So we are saying technologically, don't rush, because this will extend the lives with a cleaner reduction of CO2. In the pilot that we did in Dwaalboom, we were able to reduce, when we did the analysis, capture about 90% of the CO2 out of the emissions. So I'm just giving you these as examples of things that we could do. And then on the hydrogen, South Africa, we launched a Hydrogen Society roadmap a couple of, was it last year? And we identify a number of areas where we can produce green hydrogen and begin to contribute to green and enhanced power sector and buildings, decarbonize transport, heavy-duty trucks, shipping, aviation, and rail, decarbonizing of energy-intensive industry, carbon and export market for green hydrogen, and the transition from gray to blue, and then manufacturing sector for hydrogen. So these are the initiatives that came out of the work that we did, which we started to invest in as early as 2009. So we're now wanting to commercialize this in these areas, and we have identified a number of catalytic projects. I've already shared with you the coal CO2. We also have a valley, or hydrogen valley, where we would like to kickstart what you have seen now with a valley from Mogalakwena in Limpopo, Johannesburg, and Durban, where we want to do the decarbonization of trucks transport in the harbor. We want to work with Transnet, and then in the airport, we want to work with AXA. We've already signed MOU to start to introduce these hydrogen fuel cells. And then in Mogalakwena, we worked with Anglo to convert these large material handling trucks from diesel to hydrogen fuel cell. And then in Puhupai, there's a special economic zone. You can see on the left-hand side of the picture, it's a red color, which means that the intensity of the sun is very, very high. So you can really produce hydrogen using the sun and, of course, wind. So these are catalytic projects of the things. It's just the hydrogen valley. These are these projects in detail. They have been quantified in terms of the investments that are required and the amount of money that we will make. This is just a roadmap of these initiatives between 2021 and 2040. This is the exciting thing. If we do all of these things, we've developed 4 scenarios where the one scenario is where if we focus on platinum group metals and export them, would be able to create a certain number of jobs. If we value add, we will contribute 1.1% to GDP and 16,000 TVET jobs. If we use hydrogen, like in the Platinum Valley, and then export, so in other words, we get things back and we don't do them in terms of value addition in South Africa, 2.8 higher GDP. And then, of course, if we do all of the above, we can create up to 11.4% of GDP. That's 4 times the size of the agricultural sector in South Africa. So it's a huge initiative that we hope you will work with us. The exciting thing, Priscilla, is that we came here last week and we heard how the university is coming together to try and take the slice of the 11.4% of GDP. We talked about modernizing agriculture, so this is just a slide that shows how we've approached this. We started off with the objectives informed by the challenges of the sector, whether you're worried about food security, whether you're worried about biosecurity, security of supply and climate change issues. So this is what the sector said it needs. And then on the left-hand side, we said, how can innovation address some of these issues? And these are the initiatives on the left-hand side that we have put together with the institutions to say, how can we get animal improvement, molecular breeding, and genomic engineering into the sector, crop plant improvement, bioinnovation in support of food and nutrition, digital agriculture, value chain analysis. This is a very important area because as a result of climate change, we've, for instance, been told, and this I liked very much, that the grapes that we are currently growing in the Western Cape can now grow in the Midlands in KZN, and I come from there. So when I heard about this, I said, here we go, now I can have wine from KZN. So we look at these new value chain analyses that we can grow in those parts that are now suitable as a result of climate change. And we've quantified the outputs that we want to get, and again, I will not go into the details of this. High-end skills, agro-processing in rural communities, bring in digital technology in agriculture. Again, we like to impact on a range of activities which you see on the right-hand side. And then, of course, we never stop from funding people with ideas. Here, it's the Innovation Fund that was piloted in the last 3 years. So I'm just giving you a flavor of some of the initiatives. So for the young people who want to get into creating your own businesses, there is room for you. This is precision medicine-based applications for routine diagnostics. This is a company that came out of the work that we funded as part of the National Biotechnology Strategy. Recently, it received around 70-80 million rand injection of equity from one of the private healthcare providers. Medical devices, prototypes, Impulse, and then Cape Biofarms localization of biomanufacturing. And then Stone 3 is a company that integrates smart sensors to monitor what's happening in the mine remotely. I'm told that it's making money overseas more than in South Africa. And then Hypernova, it's a company that is developing local satellite subsystems. So the penultimate issue that I wanted to talk to you about is that we have identified that if we, as I've said, the decadal plan is working in 2 legs. One leg is the science system, the other system is the pivoting of innovation to support what we do. So we've identified a number of things that we think can help us to do that. The first one is to have an interministerial committee which is chaired by the minister to coordinate our activities in government. So it meets twice a year. And then once a year, we hope to have society, private sector, government, and business coming together in academia to talk about the things that I've shared with you and how they're helping the country to go forward. And then we've also agreed on innovation and skills compact. Some of these areas that I've shown you will require new skills, whether it's training people in artificial intelligence or whether training people on the EV. And then, of course, we need to coordinate our budget. So this slide actually summarizes, therefore, the enablers which we are putting in place to try and leverage additional resources from outside our department. So this is what it is. It's really trying to make sure that you have the right skills for the innovations that I've shown you in order to make sure, and because we are a ministry that has higher education and training as well as ourselves, this is an excellent idea. The minister has pledged R1 billion to be funded, to be directed towards the Innovation and Skills Compact. The second area is this budget coordination. So we've worked with the National Treasury to say, how can we unlock budgets that are sitting in government departments that are either supposed to fund science, technology, and innovation and or consume the products from science and technology and innovation. So we are very delighted to report that we now have something called a budget prioritization framework, which has been agreed between ourselves, the Department of Policy, Monitoring and Evaluation, in the Presidency and National Treasury. So in other words, when government budgets and puts proposal to the Treasury, there is a framework within which the government departments will be asked, what is your contribution to science, technology, and innovation? So we hope that we will then start to see budgets from other line departments, mineral and energy, for instance, and others, health, that is budgeted for some of the innovation that I've just indicated to you. This will be included, as I say, in a process that Treasury calls budget and expenditure tagging for science. So in other words, are you able to track and tag the budget that has been earmarked for science and technology? So you guys will be very rich in the next couple of years. And for that to happen, we then agreed that as a Department of Science and Innovation, we will fund, if you like, the new areas of science, technology, and innovation, and maybe some demonstration. And then the line departments must be involved in modernizing mining, agriculture. So we'd expect those departments to earmark a certain percentage of their budgets towards taking the innovations that are coming out of the system of innovation and putting them into the marketplace. And then there are matured areas, again, where we can demonstrate with little funding, but we expect more money to come from the line departments. This is basically what this slide is trying to say. So we've had 2 successful IMC meetings that I referred to. We are finalizing the Innovation and Skills Compact. It will be tabled at the next meeting. And then we are happy that at the last investment conference, we were asked to pledge or to put our proposals on the investments that we need. And then we hope to have the inaugural STI plenary maybe next year. And then we've also had a dinner with the private sector to share with them some of the things I've shared with you. And they've said to us, tell us exactly what you need in order to support the ideas that we've shared with you. I don't think I'm going to go through this one. And then the last point that we wanted to talk about is just to say with you, we've engaged with the NRF, and we have developed areas of work of the decadal plan where we think they can help us. First is the human resources for science, technology, and innovation, direct contribution, expanded and transformed research system. You talked about women in STEM. This is an area where we're working hard with the NRF, expanded and targeted strategic internationalization, and then there are other areas where we would like them to contribute indirectly. So enrollments, we would like to see this going up. Transformation, we would like to not apologize about transformation. At the dinner and the people who won at the South African Women in Science on Friday, Saturday, there's a big debate around this issue of transformation. And people are saying we shouldn't be generic about it, we should be targeted, because it's not only just issues of gender, women, people with disabilities, but intersectionality between these is an important thing. And then the most important thing as well is we would like to take society with us, and how do we get an engaged society? Because we believe that if the society knew what you do they will also play a very important role in supporting our budgets. We do need a well-functioning research and innovation system, collaboration between universities and industry. We'd like to continue to make sure that research infrastructure, both the normal research but also cyber infrastructure, and then of course we'd like to adopt open science. We'd like to build and expand RDI collaboration between the universities. This is something that doesn't come naturally, I'm sorry to say this, in the universities. There's a big competition between the universities which we encourage, but we'd also like the institutions to think institutionally but act within the NSI. This is a big problem that we are engaging with the Vice Chancellor and the deans. So our budget is going to go up because we're lobbying them, we're nudging them that this is the way to go. Of course, the international cooperation is important, and then the research programs have proven too large, complex, and expensive, and we have to think about how we finance them. So I suspect then my first message is we are worried about the changing world, and we hope that you share the same sentiment that we have to respond to it. And two, we hope that you are excited about the priorities that we have chosen, and that we're going to enhance our contribution as a science system. And thirdly, we need to make sure that the enablers that we have outside, you'll support us in engaging across government so that the money that we have as a Department of Science and Innovation continues to fund research, whilst other government departments absorb research products from yourself. And then lastly, let's make sure that we have adequate human beings to do this work going forward. Thank you very much. I think that's it. And then I've got Peggy here, who will answer all the questions. And my job was just to do the presentation. Thanks, President.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation, DG. I think we now know a lot more about the decadal plan and its implementation. I was particularly encouraged to see the advances in health because, you know, at Nelson Mandela University, we have the youngest medical school. 2023 was our first intake, but we also have the research chair in nanomedicine. So there's a lot of potential in that area alone for Nelson Mandela University. So at this point, I want to open up the conversation to the audience and invite questions. I know we said this session will proceed until 9:45, so we have a couple of minutes to take some rounds of questions. Okay, John at the back will take a round. So John, and then I see a hand there. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you, DG, for the presentation. So my question is on the modernization of mines and agriculture. Statistically speaking, we know that within these particular two sectors, they also have the biggest number of workers that are not really skilled. And of course, this is historical. So what is it that is in plan to ensure that as the modernization is happening, a huge percentage does not fall off the cracks? And here I'm talking in terms of coordination and ensuring that, you know, we plug those particular holes. Thank you.
Thank you, John. There was another hand there. Keep your hand up.
Hi, my name is Netema Vichima from the South African Cultural Observatory. My question is on digital agriculture. Since you were saying that you want to implement that in rural areas, my question is on who will fund the maintenance and the implementation of those machinery, because in the Eastern Cape, we have a lot of rural areas that even having internet is a problem. So now, if you're going to implement that in the rural Eastern Cape, without farmers having a market where they can actually sell their products, then who will fund those initiatives? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead. We need a mic over here.
DG, that was a very inspiring presentation. Thank you very much. I'm Martin Zanner. I'm the chair of automotive engineering at Nelson Mandela. And I've just come back from a trip to India where we're starting a collaboration between a university in Pune, the MIT World Peace University, and Nelson Mandela University. And what I can say, and this is just a little bit of before I ask my question, is that we can definitely, we're at the same eye level as MIT, definitely. And we don't need to hide behind, let's say, being a smaller economy, a smaller country. We can do the same things. What I'd like to get a bit more elaboration on is the automotive, the EVs, and particularly batteries. You mentioned batteries and that we have 80% of the world's manganese resources. 60% of the value of a vehicle in future is going to be the battery. And to sustain manufacturing of automotive in South Africa, we definitely need to get into batteries. So if you could say a few more words about that, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Martin. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning, sir. My name is Razak. My question is actually on the agriculture. As a social scientist, I believe that when food issue is settled, I believe 50% of women problem is actually settled. And recently, I'm actually doing a research on the land inequality. And I discovered that the agricultural aspect, you talked about the digitalization of agriculture sector. But maybe I'm mistaken, but I feel personally that when you're talking about the agriculture, there are some problems that actually come along when you're planning agriculture, especially, I'm so sorry to say, I know it's a very sensitive matter, but the land issue is one thing. So the question is, if we are going into agriculture, which I sincerely support, because my grandfather is actually a farmer, and I know that when I was living with him, or his blessed memory now, food is not our problem. And I believe that, let me just say this. I just returned from Johannesburg last week. And when you travel from Eastern Cape to Johannesburg, it's like about 14 hours or more hours. You discover that when you are going, you see a lot more land than settlements. And this land are not just ordinary land, they are green land, good for farming. And today we are talking about food shortage, in Africa especially. And people are dying of hunger, whether we like it or not. The question is, why do we have this land, good for farming, and people are dying of hunger in Africa? So the question is, and not that we don't have farmers, but the question is, our farmers are trying, but their effort is not just enough. So when you're talking about digitalization of agriculture, good. But the question is, how do we solve this problem that have been inherited for years in order to promote the agriculture? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Those are 4 good questions, DG. I think we can start with those.
Thanks very much. I'm delighted that the first question came from John, and this is consistent with my first comment that I'm coming to a land where Jesus would be seen for the second coming. So on mines and agriculture, let me be practical with my responses. I'll try and do that. On the mines, this is a program that is implemented, coordinated by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Mineral Council as an industry association come to the party, and we and DMRE are department sponsoring this modernization of mines. So last year or the year before, I can't remember, there was a compact that was signed between all the unions in mine and ourselves on what reskilling program has to come together with the modernization of mining. So this is something that we are very much aware, John, and that is part of, in fact, the innovation and skills compact that I talked about, that as we innovate around some of the areas that I've just shown as examples, we need to do that alongside how do we reskill and how do we train new skills that are needed in some of these areas. So the answer is we are very much aware of that. The same thing that we are doing in energy. If you remember on the hydrogen, I showed not only the GDP contribution, but the TVET skills, but we also look at the master's and PhD skills, same with health. So the answer is we are very much aware that this goes hand in hand. When we started to deploy some of the hydrogen fuel cells, we took TVET graduates that were not working, we trained them, and they are now managing these hydrogen and fuel cells that have been deployed. So I think these are 3 practical examples. And then on digital agriculture, maybe before I talk about who will fund, there are 2 initiatives that we are doing at the moment, and I think it will address that question and Razak's question. I was invited to the launch of the National Science Week in Venda in July, if I recall big. And then I accidentally took a scenic route from Makado, Louis Trichardt, to go to Venda. For those of you who live there, they will know what I mean by this scenic route. And then as I was driving, I saw mangoes and avocados that were not fully developed. And I was saying, gosh, this is a very fertile area. And are we utilizing it to the maximum of what the land potential offers here? So the DG, with his big mouth, talked to one of the members of the South African Council for Natural and Scientific Professions, who was also at the launch. And then the CEO of the space agency was there. So I was just sharing this observation with them, and they said, wow, that's very, very exciting. And out of that conversation, we've now agreed that we are going to use satellite imagery to map the entire province, Polokwane, and we've said we'll start with that province, and the Eastern Cape, by the way, because we believe that with satellite imagery, as you know, you can pick up what's underneath the land, and you'll be able to see the land that is suitable for certain crops using satellite imagery. So we want to do that study with a view to quantify the agricultural potential in the Eastern Cape as well as in Limpopo. So to answer your question then directly, who is going to fund the modernization of digital agriculture? As government for small-scale farmers, we have to do that. That's our job. But that's why I was saying in the enablers, we are trying to lock other government departments and agriculture in particular, because as a Department of Science and Innovation, we can demonstrate what's possible. So we've already started to have examples of drones and satellite imagery and a system that integrates that data to provide what we call precision agriculture in a number of areas. So we can demonstrate it's possible, but somebody then needs to roll out in the rest of the country. We don't have those resources. So the idea that we fund on the upstream in that graph, if you remember, and that the line department funds the middle and downstream, that's the idea. But we'll continue then to show value because even the satellite mapping, we are going to quantify how much agricultural potential in the land that we'll be doing in the Eastern Cape as well as in Limpopo, and jobs that will be created. We'll be doing some modeling work as well. So the answer is government should. And then Martin, on the automotive, maybe we can pick that offline. But what we have is we have a consortia of about 6 universities that are working in this area. The University of the Western Cape is actually producing battery packs. The University of Limpopo has been doing materials modeling. CSIR has been developing anodes or cathodes. There is a small pilot plant at Mandela, which the University of Limpopo is trying to set up and is trying to manufacture some of these components. So we probably have, and then they figure out the logistics of bringing manganese from Northern Cape, I think, all the way to Mpumalanga. So there are elements of this consortia that, if pulled together nicely, and again, my subtle but hard message, which probably will be taken here, that universities have to start thinking about working across institutions. So this consortia, as I say, is in place. Maybe we'll put you in charge. We'll also bring in Mintech because of the recycling. And then we've also brought in Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa because of a technique that they have. What is it called for making sure that these materials stay longer? Sorry? No. But the word will come. But let's pick up that conversation with you and then with Rakeshni, and we'll be more than happy to bring you into part of that conversation. And then Razak, as we have said, DGs are supposed to be non-political. This is how we run away from answering a question. But I hope you got a sense from my response to the second question that what we are doing now with this mapping hopefully will answer the question. We will not, of course, know who the land belongs to, but we'll just be demonstrating the potential. When I spoke to one MEC in KZN, she said, can they also be included in such study? Because as you know, in KZN, you've got lots of land, but it's sugar. You guys don't want to have sugar anymore. So yet another transition of a sector that is going to shed many, many jobs in the next 5 to 10 years. But we've been working with them in the ICGB, both in India and in Trieste, to look at biorefinery. So we can still use the land, but maybe slightly different crops or sugar for other applications as well. So we think, again, if you invite us in 2 or 3 years' time, we'll be able to share with you how far these initiatives are.
Yes, DJ, I made a note, 12 September 2026.
Okay, I'll might be in Dubai, but if you ask me to come back, I'll come back.
Okay, colleagues, we have about 6 minutes left, so I will take 1 or 2 burning questions. Ooh la la. Okay, you're making my life very difficult. Can we get a mic here? David, we'll start with you, and then Prof. Maseko. And then we'll have Prof. Azwi and the hand at the back.
All right. Thank you very much, DG. I'm Professor David Katerere. I'm with the TUT CSR Cannabis Research Hub. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. On the NHI and pharmaceutical in general, because the pharmaceuticals are the ones that are actually responsible for the trade deficit. So if we don't impact on pharmaceuticals, we're not actually going to deliver NHI at affordable costs. However, the problem is always that the market shaper is Department of Health, because their policies, but also they're not enabling local production, right? So how do you see your role as DSI because all this research could be done. So if you look at the BioVac example, the fact that BioVac actually is now manufacturing, but Department of Health now says we are not buying, your products. So what is it that we can do to actually influence the buyer so that they shape the market in favor of local production? That's the one thing. And then I was surprised a little bit because you left out hemp, which, and maybe because the decadal plan was done, before this whole hemp thing came forward. But we know that hemp is good for carbon capture. We know that hemp is good nutrition, and it has, all of these fantastic attributes that I think it should actually be center stage, especially because of the National Cannabis Master Plan. Just that, yeah.
Thank you. Prof. Maseko?
Thank you, DG, for your input. In the social sciences, I'm Pamela Maseko, the Dean of Humanities at Nelson Mandela. The humanities community understands the concept of science in the decadal plan to include social sciences, and we hope you were right. In your input, DG, you articulated the important role of the social sciences in addressing the complexities and challenges we're facing in South Africa and globally. So my question is short. How does your funding model align with this identified importance of the humanities in the decadal plan? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Moronga? And then Unati at the back.
Yeah, thank you very much, DG. And we had to first upload the work that you're doing to drive the NSI. We appreciate that. And we will support you in the call for us to support you to speak on our behalf. I think we need to do that. There is one challenge, which is the challenge of the pipeline. You indicated the decline in postgraduate students in university. And it seems like it needs various stakeholders. We can start from the basic education. The fact that many students are no longer taking mathematics and science subjects there, through the challenges of NSFAS that we're seeing, and in 2024, NSFAS budget probably will overtake the whole department's total budget. And for me, it's the impact on the sciences that we need to support you to address at your level. The impact of disruptions at institutions, it's felt more by the sciences. When we have got these challenges, I always say that science sometimes is seasonal. If you have to go to the ocean and it depends on the season and there are disruptions, science has to wait for next year. Law students will go, social science students will go and write their essays, but science, it's really disadvantaged. And if we don't address this and show that it has got an impact on what you want to do, I think the community has to support you so that you speak in these interministerial settings, that the impact of all this is really mainly on the sciences, and I would like to hear a word about that from you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Final question, please, from Unati.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good morning, DG. My name is Unati Luchaba, and I am the Executive Director for the South African Cultural Observatory, which is hosted here by the Nelson Mandela University. It's a project that's fully funded by the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to map, value and understand the economic impact of the creative industries. Right now, it also includes the sporting economy of South Africa. My question to DG this morning is, the creative economy in South Africa contributes almost 3% to the country's GDP, which is slightly below the agricultural sector. and it is one of the fastest growing sectors in the South African economy. And people participate and trade daily on the creative economy. And yet this is a sector that's not given the same credit as your automotive sectors, your agricultural sector, and because we're seen as abantu who belong in the entertainment industry. And yet that is not the truth. The recognition, or rather the recognition of the GDP contribution is not given enough audience. Mine is aligning with Pam's question regarding the alignment of budget for the social sciences. But maybe before we get to that, I'd like to understand to what extent does the Department of Sport, or is the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture integrated in these discussions, especially when you're talking about the budget, that slide where you were referring to expenditure and budgeting tagging, looking across, the sister departments. To what extent does the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, given that it's a department that's mandated to drive, a lot of creativity, a lot of innovation comes from that sector, to what extent are they integrated in these discussions, and also linking with the funding aspect? Are they part of the departments that you consider when you're talking about prioritization of innovation? Because I seem to get the sense when we come to these engagements, we focus primarily on the science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and yet we leave out the arts, and yet it for me forms a huge part of the innovation component to what is being discussed in these platforms. Thank you.
Thanks, DG.
Yeah, thanks very much. The short answer is, Nati, I'm starting with you. I don't think we have sport in the IMC. But that does not mean that in the work that we're doing as a department, with an eye, the innovation component of our department, we cannot raise the conversation about the creative industries. So my suggestion is that perhaps let's pick this with yourselves outside of this, so we can see how we can maybe engage with the Department of Sport as part of the ongoing conversation around the role of innovation. Because I suspect even in creative industries, there's a lot that we're doing in the universities to support this. So I think it's something that we could do. And then maybe let me ask the funding question, respond to the funding question differently. You have seen that what we are proposing is that the little that we have for the science system be used to leverage additional funding from other line departments. That's the philosophy. We have not quantified what that would be in terms of the quantum, because we wanted first to show value to the line departments that we want to bring, and then when they see value, then we can then say, you have to pay for this. So it's just a trick that we use. If, for instance, the Department of Agriculture sees that GDP of agriculture through innovation can double up, we will have to demonstrate that, and we are putting together some modeling. And Department of Energy can see that we can contribute 11.4% to GDP with DTIC. We think it's a no-brainer for people to co-finance the things that we want to take into the marketplace, same as in the creative industry. So work with us in building the cases for innovation and for the role of humanities in these areas, right? That would be useful. But if we go back to the presentation, Prof. Masego, one of the things we did not highlight and talk about today in much more detail, where we think the human sciences will play a role, of course, across all of them, if somebody asks a question about who's going to finance the digitalization in agriculture, those things have huge social implications. If you're saying we are going to shut down power stations in Mpumalanga, those things have huge human science and social science. If you talk about the future of work, if you talk about the future of society, so we will be bringing yourselves, maybe as deans of humanities, to help us working with the human sciences, not only on these topics that are predominantly going to be driven by the agenda of the research done by yourself, but also on some of the natural science areas where we think you can contribute significantly. And again, maybe bring your own budgets initially with the hope that over time, when the value is seen, it will be a no-brainer. But we also work closely with the NRF around the fact that the NRF was established, as you know, used to be called the FRD and CSD combined. So maybe this is one of the conversations that we need to increase and heighten up a little bit. Professor Morongo, it's a very difficult issue to solve. But we hope that with the future of education, we've signed an MOU with the Department of Basic Education. Our colleagues from higher education and training in terms of the pipeline, we think that will be easy to solve. But I think it's across the entire value chain that, as you say, we need to think about. You can't do this unless you have adequate people who are trained with the right skills, from mathematical basic skills at school all the way to graduate and as well as postgraduate. So this is something that we hope, in fact, as I said to you at the higher education and training, the minister has already said he's committing R1 billion for the pipeline for skills, both of course TVET and universities, to fund these areas of skills that are needed to drive the innovation that we're talking about. But I think at the basic education, I don't want to complain about this. I would rather say, what are the practical solutions that we can bring in to make sure that the quality of maths and science teaching at schools is going up. There are initiatives, as you know, that we're driving out of the science engagement, and I'd like to congratulate this university for convincing me that you have a wonderful science center. I think it's right at the back here that you want to launch as part of building the interest in young people, but that's only part of the problem. You can do that and excite them, but they need to go to a teacher who will then be able to bring them to the level of skills that we need. And maybe we need to collectively say in the next couple of months, how do we solve that particular problem? And then the cannabis thing, we're working on it. Dr. Shabalala is working on that, and we're part of the master plan to look at cannabis and hemp. So I think it's part of our agenda. And then the API, we know the role that is played by this university on the work that you are doing on, is it continuous flow, is it the patch on fluorine? But we've got 3 or 4 initiatives that are looking at APIs. But the high level answer is that we started with the vaccines, understanding that the health innovation is more than the vaccine, the APIs, but we didn't want to tackle the big problem of API and therapeutics without really starting with vaccines, which we think are low-hanging fruit. But this is on our agenda because you're absolutely right. And there are many things that we are considering that are low-hanging fruit in API and the drug substance and the drug manufacturing that we can also do by looking at what we have in our university and science council system.
Thank you very much, DJ. It remains for me to thank you very much for engaging with us this morning and to invite you to visit our exhibition stands. So thank you very much. Colleagues, we will take a very short break and return at 10 o'clock for the next session on research integrity and AI. Thank you very much. I've shown Right. Okay, so for this session, colleagues, we have until 11, although I see that you have stocked up on coffee and snacks. So we have a very smart audience to talk about a very smart topic. With me on the panel is Mr. Karabo Mayane from Nelson Mandela University and Professor David Katerere from Tshwane University of Technology. And the theme we've selected for this session is research integrity in the age of AI. We know that AI has been around for a while. Welcome, Karabo, welcome. We know that AI has been around since the 1950s, but with advancement of technology and uptake, we now use it daily, you know? So if you speak to Siri on your iPhone, that's driven by AI. When you search for restaurants on your Google map, all the search engines that you use, all of those are powered by AI. These days, we have things such as machine translation, smart homes, smart cities, and smart infrastructure. And even though self-driving cars are not yet the standard, you know, AI technology makes it possible to determine when situations are hazardous and could cause accidents. So already these AI tools exist and find application in our everyday lives. And even for us in research, you know, there are various ways in which we use these AI tools. Many of you will be familiar with ChatGPT. That's been a buzzword recently, but have you heard about Chat PDF, which kind of works on a similar technology, but through the PDF documents you've downloaded, you would be able to ask a question and get an answer to your question. So there are various tools that are available to researchers. And in this session, we will look at what that means for research integrity. So to kick us off, we invite Mr. Karabo Mayane to do the presentation on the use and abuse of AI in higher education institutions. That will be followed by Professor David Katerere, who will speak on what institutions can do to promote research integrity in this age of AI. And then we'll open it up for audience discussion. So Karabo, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if you can hear me, if I can just see a wave.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much, Doc. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to my bosses whom I've seen in the audience in the last session. Thank you for the opportunity to present my ideas and my thoughts on the impact of artificial intelligence in higher education institutions. My name, as it's been mentioned already, is Karabo Mayane. I am a lecturer in the Department of Philosophy here at Nelson Mandela. I'm also a PhD candidate working on the impact of artificial intelligence technologies to human dignity. That's why I'm joining you virtually now, because I'm in the other university doing a bit of writing on my PhD. So today I chose this topic on the use and abuse of AI in higher education institution, inspired by an essay that was written by Friedrich Nietzsche in the late 1800s, where he was reflecting on how the leaders of the time would invoke certain events in history to try get some kind of popularity or relevance in terms of the subject matter. So I thought it was a bit relevant today. As you see, I have a picture of Nietzsche there with a virtual reality that was done by an AI app to install that particular technology called deepfake. So what that informs and why I think it was relevant for this conversation is to highlight that the relevance in which we need to talk about these technologies and these advancements in science within higher education institution. We need to use them in terms of engaging on how they can positively impact us, in terms of highlighting them as possible dangers. So what I will do today is speak a little briefly on the question of artificial intelligence, which, because of the recent boom in terms of generative AI, it's seen as something that is upcoming now, but it's something that has actually been with us for some time in different domains and in different paradigms. I'll speak specifically on the question of generative AI because this is what has drawn as much attention when it was launched in the late 2020s and how it has manifested itself now within higher education institutions. We're looking to what are the challenges that we find and also what the opportunities that we can look into when we engage in this subject matter, especially for research purposes. I gave a similar talk, I think a couple of weeks ago, but specifically addressing in terms of the opportunities for students and learners in the curriculum conversation hosted by the Faculty of Humanities. So now, I think Dr. Priscilla started us off by saying this conversation of artificial intelligence has started for some time. I think it was formally called artificial intelligence around 1956 by McCarthy, but it was mostly inspired by a question that was asked by a scientist by the name of Alan Turing, who asked the question of whether a machine can think. And this question in itself was one of the first steps we've seen in the question of transdisciplinarity, where things that are techno-specific were asked if they can do things that are usually considered to be human-centric. The idea of thinking is usually associated with cognitive capacities that human beings have. That's what gives us a certain role in terms of society. That's what gives us this elevated status in terms of other entities that exist. But to imagine a situation where a non-sentient entity can actually come with capacities that can be associated with cognition was a first step in terms of transdisciplinarity that we looked into. It was also the first time where people started looking at the possibilities of engaging in certain systems to ensure that certain cognitive functions that were uniquely associated with human beings can actually be elevated and mimicked in terms of systems. So artificial intelligence essentially is any computational system that shows intelligent behavior. And intelligent behavior can be from a most rudimentary perspective to self-propel oneself, to make decision procedures based on a specific code that is given. All of these things highlight the rudimentary capacities of what intelligence is. But what we've seen over time, especially with the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution, is that these kinds of thinkings have actually elevated where now you have a type of technology like an exoskeleton that can help somebody in terms of mobility, which is something that was not possible at a certain time. And that requires a transfiguration of more than one type of technology that does something akin to the rudimentary definition of intelligence. These technologies have also been prevalent in higher education institutions, but at the most rudimentary level, that many have often associated them with the evolution of the third industrial revolution, which was the digital era. And when certain applications and additions have been added, they actually have not been noticed as the evolutions of the same systems that we have. All of us in this room use Microsoft suites. If we don't use Microsoft suite, we use Google. These are the two main productivity suites that we use in society. But over time, they have elevated and have been added with artificial intelligence to have some predictive systems to assist one in terms of scheduling, in terms of voice recognition, in terms of readability, in terms of accessibility. They have elevated in terms of time from the time where they were introduced to how we use them now. You look at the use of Adobe in terms of the arts, we look at the use of Adobe for graphic design. But you also look at the use of Adobe in terms of high-level conversations where you can use it for redactive purposes, you can use it to secure signatures in multiple parts of the world. But this has been additions to already existing technologies that came in light of the recent boom in artificial intelligence, in terms of machine learning, in terms of deep learning, in terms of neural networks. But what has created the buzz, especially in terms of higher education of late, was the idea of generative AI and the implications of what it could do in terms of how we perceive scholarship to be. And I mean, we all know now that artificial intelligence technologies that automatically generate content in response to prompts of written in natural language and conversational interfaces is what generative AI is what UNESCO defines it as. So the content can appear in formats that comprise of symbolic representations of human thinking, such as texts that are written in natural languages, images including photographs and digital paintings and cartoons, videos, music, and software code. So when we speak about generative AI, yes, the popularity at the moment is ChatGPT, which produces texts on the basis of prompts, but there are others in terms of the ones that generate images, the ones that are able to extract content, like the one that Dr. Mensa was speaking about now. All of them fall under the ambit of what we call generative AI. And they've actually created such a shift in terms of how one is able to conduct research, is able to collect and collate information and produce knowledge from them. So generative AI is trained using data collected from web pages, social media conversation, and other online media. And I thought it was important to highlight this point because in terms of academia and what we call legitimate sources from which we draw information from, when we use web pages in terms of approved databases that have content that is peer reviewed. That is why we can use it with some kind of authority in terms of producing knowledge. Social media, everybody is an author in social media. As such, whatever the information that emanates from it holds a truth that is unverified by other sources. So what becomes an issue, one of the issues in terms of the information that is generated by generative AI applications at the moment is that the sources it uses are sources that within the academy are generally not as yet considered as legitimate sources from which one can draw information for scholarly purposes. So the UNESCO report on generative AI states that while AI can produce new content, it cannot generate new ideas or solutions to real-world challenges, as it does not understand real-world objects or social relations that underpin language. Moreover, despite its fluent and impressive output, generative AI cannot be trusted to be accurate. This is not a statement that is only done by UNESCO, for example. Even if you look at the policy and the privacy policy of OpenAI's ChatGPT, they also do say that although it produces information based on the different data points that are there, we cannot trust it to be completely accurate, which is one of the challenges that emanates from such technologies as we apply them for scholarly purposes. So what are the challenges? Over and above the question of trust that I've already mentioned as a problem of issue, as a concern that we need to look into, over and above the question of legitimate sources from which we can derive information, there's also issues of privacy, where whenever we log into these systems, we make available our data to the company that can use it to train this platform. On the one hand, sharing data is actually important to make the AI to be much better and optimized. But on the other, if we're sharing data that we're not supposed to share, we are putting our institutions at risk of being hacked. Because if you share the information, if you have a logger information, a user interface on ChatGPT, for example, using data from the institution that is supposed to be firewalled, you are making them vulnerable in terms of the information that can be extracted using your data as an entry point. One of the other challenges with AI, and this is not only AI in higher education, but AI in general, is that the fast pace of the development of these technologies it's often found that those that make regulation are lagging behind because of the elevated levels in which these technologies fall. I mean, between last year in November when ChatGPT was popular until now, there's 15 other applications that have already been launched that are seen somewhat to be better than what ChatGPT can do. There's also a question of bias and opacity. It has been seen over the years that generative AI specifically when it comes to content production, if you use checking tools like Turnitin, if English is not your first language and you use it to derive information based on the question that you find, the information that is elevated, it's more likely to be tracked as plagiarism by tracking applications than if English was your first language. So already you can see the digital divide in terms of whom the technology is optimized for, or it is optimized for now, and who can be able to use it. And one of the difficulty about bias in terms of AI system is that the code with which the information is derived is mostly opaque. So you don't really have some kind of explainability in terms of what the system is able to do and at what process it used to do it. The question of bias creates the problem of marginalization and of marginalized voices. So certain notions, certain training data, for example, that is available in terms of this technology is available in Asia, in the United States of America, and in Europe. But there isn't sufficient data that is pulled from African sources that are used to train these algorithms, which becomes a problem that if you apply them here, although the content might relate to what you intend to do, the context might be different in terms of the intended now is that you can use such technologies to actually produce information that can misinform, because you can misrepresent somebody's speech on the basis of the audio that is available, on the basis of the video that is available, to create a speech that can misdirect. And one of the biggest concerns, especially when it comes to higher education and artificial intelligence technologies, is the question of academic integrity. And I thought I should dedicate a slide for this to actually highlight some of the key issues I think we need to look into when it comes to the question of academic integrity. So if you look at the language that is used in terms of the many policies of institutions of higher learning, when it comes to the question of academic integrity, it's mostly phrased in terms of academic misconduct. So it's phrased on the basis of the red part of the picture. I pulled this picture from a Monash website where they wrote an article, and I thought it was interesting in terms of how it highlights the three in terms of the red, the orange, and the green. So on the one hand, you find the language that looks into academic integrity on the grounds of the disciplinary procedure. So it looks at misconduct, it looks at what is the punishment for misconduct. It speaks about the propositions of tracking systems for students to plagiarize. So when you look at the question of academic integrity from a disciplinary perspective, it already creates a negative attitude towards what it is that such technologies can do. Yes, they have the potential for one to use them in terms of academic misconduct. However, if the language is to use it to look into them from a negative point of view, it actually informs the attitudes that we have in terms of the adoption of these technologies. Or we can look at them from a preventative perspective where we can have assessment security, like the proposition of proctoring tools for online examination, tracking tools in terms of written assessments like Turnitin. And all of these are just methods to prevent the symptom in terms of, as opposed to trying and finding the root cause of this and actually deal with it. I'm a more proponent of the educative component of academic integrity, where we need to look at, one, what are these technologies? What are they able to do? And how are we able to use them to ensure that the process of research, of producing new knowledge, is actually aided by these already existing systems that can provide us with whatever the information that is there. So when we think about academic integrity, we should not consider it from a perspective of plagiarism, but we should consider it in terms of invoking values of trust and honesty in terms of our research projects. Many of the researchers use these tools, but because of the language that is used in terms of these tools, the attitude is a bit negative. So some feel a little bit ashamed in terms of openly opening ChatGPT and asking a question just to get a bit of context on something. And this is not the same time we see this happening in terms of research. There was a time that it was happening and it was popular with Wikipedia, where they were saying Wikipedia, because of it's not a peer-reviewed source, it's not a source that should be cited. And although that is the case, that it's not a peer-reviewed source, it does not mean that the information that is there is misinformed. It's just a question of understanding how we use these tools for reference tools and how do we use them academically to ensure that the standards of what we call the academy are maintained. So there are many of such tools that I know my colleagues in the room that are researchers are using. I know I use some of them myself, but I use them in a way that is able to assist me in terms of productivity of producing work. For example, citation tools like EndNote are tools that are already accepted by institutions of higher learning as reputable reference sources that one can use. So there's no need for you to add periods and commas when you do your bibliography. When you can load all your data, have your library with you at all times, and you are able to switch and change depending on the demands that are required from the different people whom you write for. So there's no need for you to do it manually anymore because there's a tool that is able to assist you. It will not find the sources for you, but it will help you in terms of organizing the sources to be able to write the bibliography that is consistent and that is to the standards of whomever you are submitting your work to. Mandela does the same. Zotero does the same. Grammarly is one other one that I've seen now has been accepted in higher education institutions and it's been taken up where institutions are buying licenses for them. Before we had Grammarly, we always had a spell check application that is ingrained within the Microsoft system. That has been used by everybody and there's never been a problem. So I think the point that we're making here is that we need to understand that these tools are existent and that we use them. And as long as we use them openly and transparently, then we're able to use them fairly and we're able to guide ourselves in terms of how not to use them as well. So we've seen with the technologies that exist that because of them being able to assist us in doing some of the rudimentary tasks, like creating sort maps, like finding sources that are related to what we're working with, helping in terms of grammar, helping in terms of citations and reference, that the process of writing and producing knowledge is now centered to the production of knowledge as opposed to all of the other trimmings that are associated with the process. So if you can cut the time of editing into half and use that time in terms of producing knowledge, then that helps in terms of increased productivity. When you use some of these tools in terms of checking how to phrase and rephrase the ideas that you already have, it also assists one in terms of developing their writing skills. Because sometimes you have an idea, but the problem is how you formulate the idea. And to ask a question to say, here's an idea, how can I reformulate it so that it has much more clarity than how I'm stating it now? That is a way in which you can use this tool to be able to be for productivity purposes. And every time you see the clarities and how they're produced, it also helps you as the writer to find ways in which you can write in a way that is much more clear to the audience with which you're writing for. And the question of seamless collaboration, the fact that I'm here in Pretoria, able to give a presentation in real time to a panel that is in the Eastern Cape, is case in point of how such technologies are able to assist us in terms of collaborating in different parts of the world. And I think these are opportunities now to be able to work and interact with other people that in the past it would require much more effort and it would take much more longer to do than we can do now. So there's clear evidence in terms of seamless collaboration that we can emerge from such technologies. So I have a few recommendations. One, in terms of institutions, I say it's important that we track and evaluating the apps that exist so that we know which ones are safe and which ones are not safe. Another recommendation I have is that we need to create adaptive regulations and codes of ethics where instead of working on policy to ensure that we catch those that do wrong, we should rather have a policy that encourages honest and fair use of these technologies that exist. We need to also create a safe space for the use of artificial intelligence. So we shouldn't vilify it. It should be okay for us in the classroom as instructors to encourage students to use it, but to use it rightly. As researchers amongst ourselves, we need to speak about how it is that we can use this tool to better our project of producing knowledge. So as researchers, we need to be aware of the terms of references, which is important. Don't just subscribe to these technologies. You need to understand that usually the trade-off of these technologies versus what they are able to provide for you is the volunteering of data, and it's usually personal data. So one needs to be aware in terms of what they're consenting to and to what extent they're willing to consent to it. So that when you're not comfortable or when you could risk the frameworks of whatever the company that you work for, you avoid using such tools. We need to be also responsible as producers of knowledge in firstly respecting other people's works and acknowledging the people that we use their works for as a fundamental tool of research in higher education. But secondly, we have a responsibility to report misuse wherever we see it, so that it does not create an impression that in all cases that these things are used wrongly, but only to say that in the cases that they are, such things need to be resolved. I think the point that I was coming to, thank you for everybody for listening, is that if we use these technologies and we use them for good, they will be beneficial for us, and in fact, they will enhance our research programs. But if we use them and we hide in terms of use them, then we are likely to subject ourselves to some kind of abuse in terms of using them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karabo. I really appreciated your focus on creating awareness around these various AI tools and a shift away from being punitive when it comes to using these tools and forcing people to use it in secret. You've already started us on the course of what universities can do to promote research integrity in the age of AI. But David, I will hand over to you for your contribution.
Okay, yeah, and thanks, Karabo. I appreciate the fact that you covered pretty much all ground. But maybe to the audience, I'd just like to ask, how many of you are using AI? Everybody. How many of you are using AI for research purposes? Which tools are you using? ChatGPT. and how do you feel using ChatGPT?
Okay, let's get some contributions into the mic because we have an online audience.
Yeah.
So we'll take one from each side of the room. Petrus, you can go ahead. Can we get a mic to Petrus, please? And then another mic on this side of the room as well. Please put your
Yeah,
keep your
so
hand up.
maybe, just a couple of experiences of, yeah.
Morning, my name is Petrus. I'm from chemistry here at Nelson Mandela University. So my use of ChatGPT up until this point has been in the formulation of my review essay for my master's project. A lot of the information that I've been looking at comes from the 1920s to 1940s, before English was a standardized language for publishing in science. So a lot of these papers are written in French and German, and the easiest accessibility for me for translating these papers is through ChatGPT itself. And that's the major use for me with ChatGPT has been for translating all of these old articles that I can't get translated or in English anywhere else.
Okay. And how have you felt using it?
Frustrated, because very often ChatGPT forgets the instruction of translating your input. So it gives you the input back exactly as you put it in. but I have also felt achieved because I think there's almost 10 to 15 articles that I got in either initially French, German, and I think in one case even Russian, that I now have in English with a reference list that I can read and use for my review article, whereas without ChatGPT, I wouldn't have had that information at all.
Okay. Another view there.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Winston Letwaba. I am a BCom accounting student here at Nelson Mandela University. I also work under student governance and entrepreneurship as a mentor under the leadership of Mom Karen Snyders, who was here yesterday. I'm also the owner of an online tutoring academy, which was doing physical face-to-face work for the last 2 years, I believe, but recently we've decided to take it online since the general population is now comfortable with online learning and so forth. So we've seen a major increase in just our growth. We've tripled our revenue in just like a month or so, just by going online and offering our services online. And we are looking at positioning ourselves within the space of AI so we can grow as AI grows as well.
Okay, so are you actually have you used GPT?
Yes, we have used GPT.
For what purpose?
To generate answers for our learners who are in school. Some of them come with quite deep and intricate questions which aren't sometimes really at their level of education, but we don't really want to shut them out just because they're at that point. So we usually refer them to ChatGPT to answer more difficult questions. And then, yes.
But are you not working yourself out of business then? Because
no, for these short, brief questions, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
The last one, yeah.
Okay, so I think the ChatGPT is an enabler, and it's a good enabler to do research. But as I told Petrus yesterday, that sometimes it depends how you prompt ChatGPT, and it can also give you false information. So I told him that I was playing around with it, and I asked it, to give me a short concept note with the references. And then it made up a whole reference list for me and fake authors, and then proceeded to tell me, yes, these are not, you must find actual research from actual databases because this is not, these references are fake. So it made up a whole thing on that. But Garabo was mentioning that how you actually, that there is a divide if English is not your first language. I have a friend of mine who is a researcher at the University of Free State, and her student submitted a proposal, and she had written the proposal. They didn't know this, but she had written the proposal and then put it into ChatGPT for grammatical check and just legibility and comprehension, and then she took everything and pasted it back into her document and submitted that. And then there was a big problem. They thought she plagiarized because she doesn't write that well. The English is too good. So, you can just imagine what the student was feeling like. So instead of vilifying the ChatGPT, we need to train the students to use it properly. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I think these are the issues, right? There are probably 2 levels of students. So you've got undergraduate students, and I would not encourage them to use even, learners in school. It's not something that I would encourage because at that stage, you're actually trying to teach them around critical thinking and critical skills. When I was in school, I did Shakespeare and African literature, and I always wondered why I did that stuff because, what value does it add? But in retrospect, what it allows us to do is it allows us to be critical thinkers, right? It allows us to analyze situations. You know, Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, you know, why did she do what she did? And there's the humanities element, right? Yeah, because you can't, you see, you can't have analysis and critical thinking without humanities. So that's why I think that, yeah, okay, you get the answer, but are you actually able to deconstruct the argument? Are you able to critique things, right? Because if we are not a critical nation, we will be ruled by, you know, the people who are able to convince us, and with fake lies at that, right? And that's what's happening, because if you look at this whole social media thing, everybody believes what is on social media because we are not critical enough. A lot of us are maybe not trained enough to be critical. And that, for me, is a big no-no around what's happening. At postgraduate level, because now hopefully you've developed a level of that, you know, critical thinking, you're able to question the answers that come back. And there's also an element of peer review around that. So I must say to you that I've used ChatGPT quite a bit, but I've always felt uncomfortable. You know, the first few days I was uncomfortable because I was like, research integrity, is this, am I doing something here? You know, am I straying? But then I realized that actually, if I use it in a way that just to get ideas, like, or as a tool, like you're saying there, to translate things, it's still up to me to then be able to offer the final interpretation. Yeah, and maybe that's the way we should be thinking about it. Elsefia has actually put out a guidance around the use of AI, and a lot of the other, I think Spring as well has put out guidance around the use of generative AI. In the early days, people were actually citing it as an author, right? But these publishing houses have said, but it's not an author. What it is, it's an aggregator of content. And then you have to author the paper, because also you have the responsibility of what goes out there. You know, if it's fake science, we can't hold ChatGPT responsible. We have to hold the human being who's behind putting that out. Yeah, and that then kind of behoves us to behave, I guess, with greater integrity, and to have these guardrails in place. You know, the good thing about it is we assess, we mark things, right? So that's another guardrail, to say that if somebody comes through and they've used ChatGPT and I'm marking their essay, hopefully I'll be able to pick it up if I'm alert enough. And if it's a proposal, you know, there are all these sort of pathways that it will go, gates, you know, that it will go through to. Yeah. Then I wanted to ask about this thing about perfect writing, perfect English. How many people are using Grammarly? Okay, why are we using Grammarly? Maybe 2 or 3 people can answer.
Okay, can we get the mics here in front? There are 3 hands.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Victor. I'm from the physics department. So for me, Grammarly became very handy, especially as a postgrad student in the past few years, with regards to like grammatical corrections and the sort of that, because in the past you would be required to go for like language editing and if you're in natural sciences, you would know we always struggle because it's very difficult, because I did my PhD in chemistry, and then not just in chemistry, in polymer chemistry, and then you keep going down the subdivision. So I can even send my work to an analytical chemist somewhere, and they would struggle to even revise the work. So having AI systems like Grammarly and whatever ChatGPT or so, it then comes back to what you were saying, where I can then make a decision: does it still sound the way I want it to sound? And then I'm quite comfortable because then the punctuations can be where they're supposed to be, or the words and the spelling. So yeah, so I use it in that system. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear someone else.
Hi, Babalumlete Psychology. The reason why I use ChatGPT is to, not ChatGPT, Grammarly, thank you. Grammarly is to help with the punctuation, because once you submit in your work, it is more, I don't know, professional for it to have like the proper punctuations, the proper grammar.
It's more American?
Not necessarily American, because Grammarly is an American extension. But because we use British English, if you are good in English, you can obviously snatch out some of the thingies. It just depends on your background in English. So you don't have to be verbally capable of English, as long as, like, literature-wise, it makes sense, because that is what you're submitting in.
Okay.
Okay, hi, my name is Precious, and I'm from the Media, Communications and Culture Department. So for me, I use Grammarly because I think we've all had it. Once you start writing, you don't stop. Once you start writing and the information is there, you just write it. You miss the punctuations, the commas, and one comma can change a whole sentence. So for me, to be able to use Grammarly, and it can help me with my punctuations, with my prepositions and all of that, and sentence construction. I think it's very helpful to me, and I like the way it does it for me, and I can also revise it and see if maybe me and the AI are on the same page or it's missing it. So yeah, that's basically why I use Grammarly.
So, you know, yeah, only 1/10 of the world's population at most is mother tongue English speaking. So sometimes I wonder if using these tools reduces our diversity, you know, because the beauty about English is that you can have 100 different accents and still communicate, and you can have 100 different ways of saying things. But what I find that is, when we start using these tools, are we all going to be then the same, homogeneous?
Okay, thank you, David, for your contribution. I was wondering, as you asked the question about Grammarly, because you know the research office provides funding to students who are completing their master's and doctoral thesis. We call it finalization costs, to help you with graphic design, but also language editing. So it got me wondering, if Grammarly can help you do the things, is it necessary to offer up to 10,000 for masters and 15,000 for PhD, or could the research office be saving some money here and there?
All right.
Okay, so thank you to both Karabo and David for the contributions. We have a little time left for questions, and so in the interest of time, I'm going to take only one round of questions, and I'm also looking for new hands. So I'll take Prof. Maseko, going once, going twice, Precious, and then you. In the interest of time, behind you, no.
Not correct.
Behind you, in the interest of time. So there were 3 hands. Prof. Maseko, we'll start with you.
I'm always quick. This conversation continues in our session tomorrow, where Karabo will be addressing issues of ethics and AI. So if people are interested about the human aspect of things, they should actually please attend that. We need the audience. Thank you so much.
That's excellent. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
I can go. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Yemisi. I'm from the School of ICT. 2 things I just want to contribute. The first one addresses the question of Will Grammarly, if everybody is using Grammarly, will everybody be speaking the same English? The thing is, in the academic space, there are other AI tools being used. So there is Turnitin. All of us have suffered at the hands of Turnitin. By the time Turnitin looks at your work, it will say you plagiarized somebody else's. So you need to go back to Grammarly to look for alternative ways. And also Grammarly can help you do spell checking. No, not spell checking. Plagiarism check, so that your voice is maintained throughout your entire document. And the other part I want to contribute is that for those who have been involved in conducting systematic reviews, there are AI tools that can help with coordinating the whole process of validation. You know, with systematic reviews, there are different guidelines you need to follow. There are AI tools that can guide that whole process and ensure that everybody contributes. It even generates some of the diagrams you need to put in your report, and also do that for your review. So I think what I'm trying to say is that we should have courage to explore as much AI tools as possible to see which one works for you. In addition, regarding Turnitin, if somebody uses ChatGPT with other variety of tools, you can write a document from scratch. You can write an entire thesis in 1 week, and Turnitin will not catch you, and you submit and graduate speedily. So yeah. But point is, be open to explorations. Yes, there are those who, maybe because I think this is where people will get caught, if you have very poor computer literacy skills, like you don't know how to highlight, where to stop your highlighting, then you highlight and paste, and you forget to adjust your font, you will be caught one way or the other. But the idea is not to find a shortcut, but just to see how you can improve the research world, improve the whole process of contributing to the world around you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Precious.
My question is actually an extension of what she said on Turnitin. So I find it weird that most lecturers are quick to judge ChatGPT, but they're not quick to question Turnitin. When you submit something, it's 3%. You come back tomorrow, it's 18. You're using AI to fight AI, but you also don't think about the challenges that we face when we are submitting, and the value of our work will decline because now Turnitin is saying I plagiarized someone in Moscow. I don't even know the person.
So I think these comments make a good point about student coping versus cheating. And the need for balance in that area. Given the time constraints, Karabo, can I start with you? The questions that have been posed, your comments, please, and then David, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you so much. Just a quick one. I felt like there was a little bit of a TED talk about how to use the system without being caught. And I think that's not the language that we should be applying in terms of using AI tools. I think the colleague that spoke about Turnitin versus ChatGPT is very correct that we use tracking systems to evaluate similarities that exist in terms of the work that is produced versus the work that is already there. But this is not the job of the instructors to do. It's actually the job of the student before they provide this information to do, so that we don't have to do it. And Turnitin does not say you've plagiarized, it just says your work is similar to somebody else's work. So how we evaluate it is we still require for a student to come and justify why it is that it says what it says. So tracking tools are just a tool to assist us in terms of evaluating, because the project of research in academia is to produce new knowledge and not to reproduce knowledge that already exists. So we need to acknowledge whatever it is that exists. And in using these tools, I think I go back to the basic values of, if you use it honestly, then we can trust the work that you're producing. If you are trying to cheat the system, it's a dishonest way of using the system. And if you are using it honestly, like you've seen in my presentation when Prof asked the question to say, who uses these technologies? I raised my hand. because I understand that I use it honestly and I can declare at any time where I used it, how I used it for, and to what extent it was used. So I think the message that we're trying to convey here in terms of academic integrity is that this is still an institution of higher learning where we have a project of producing information, and the information only holds if people can trust what that information is. So it means those of us who produce information should be honest in terms of the information that we claim is ours versus the one that is not. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Okay. I think the tragedy of Africa is cutting and pasting things that don't work for us. And I'm hoping that we don't reproduce that by, cutting and pasting stuff from these tools in our work, because you are the future policymakers, right? So we need for policymakers to be critical of things, of policies, before we actually take them up. And I'll end by saying that, Alfred Nobel created dynamite, and it was more for the good of mankind, which was, mining and things like that. And dynamite ended up making bombs, right? And that's why today we have the Nobel Prize. So any kind of invention has the power of good and equally the power of bad. So you need to choose how you're going to use any of these tools. And hopefully it will be for the good of yourself, but also for the good of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you for those contributions. I think it underscores the values that we have, when we conduct our research, but also the why. If you sign up for gym, the intention is to get better. You have a focus on wellness, right? If you pretend to go to gym, you are not fooling anyone. Pretend wellness will only affect you negatively. So while you are at university and you are paying tuition, the intention is that you will learn, you will produce original knowledge, and so really these AI tools must be used, as Karabo mentioned, with trust, so that at the end of the day, what you deliver can be considered your own work. So please help me to thank my illustrious panel for this session. I must congratulate you that we are doing well in terms of time. We will break now for tea and return at 11:30 for the conversation around the National Tracer Study on doctoral degrees.
Yeah, it was a good session. Thanks a lot.
No, thank you. Okay, so welcome back. We have 30 minutes to discuss the National Tracer Study of Doctoral Graduates in South Africa. And we've added that the purpose of this session is to allow us to have a discussion about experiences of emerging researchers at Mandela and how that can be enhanced through the findings of this study. I'm very pleased to be joined by my colleague Huber Boshoff from the Knowledge Collab. You might remember her from yesterday afternoon's panel as well. She is also the director of NAFIC NESO Southern Africa. So Huber, welcome back. Huber and I can talk a lot, so I am setting a timer so that when the timer goes off, we have to get off stage for the next session. But this is a study that is hot off the press. It was published in 2022 and conducted by CREST, and it looks at doctoral qualifications at South African universities over the period 2000 to 2018, and is the first of its kind that looks at South Africa at a national level. So the objective of the study was to trace the mobility, career path, and other attributes of a representative sample of PhD graduates in South Africa. And this happened across sectors and disciplines. So it looked at demographic attributes, work experience, career paths, and mobility of doctoral holders, and their mobility between sectors, as well as whether they have transitioned into management roles or out of the country, resulting in brain circulation. It also looked at career opportunities and dominant perceptions of these doctoral graduates, and the findings of the study was benchmarked against the Water Research Commission Tracer study in order to see whether there were any similarities or differences that were specific to the water sector and that should be taken into account when making decisions. The study also assessed the progression of PhD graduates through the researcher pipeline, so from emerging eventually to becoming established. So those were the objectives of the study. I will now hand over to Huber to do the rest of the presentation, and we really hope that the session will be interactive. So we have some questions along the way, and we will invite comments. Huber, over to you.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. So let me start off with a disclaimer. I am not a specialist in this field, nor was I part of the research team of this mammoth research study. But when Priscilla asked me to be part of this week, she said to me, can you talk about the Tracer study? And of course I can talk about a lot of things. But for me, the emphasis is really on this being a conversation. So although I'm not a specialist on doctoral training, what I do consider myself a little bit of a specialist in is to get people to talk and to get other people to think. And that's really what we want to get from today's session, is how do we use this study? How do we translate this very seminal work on 18 years of doctoral training in South Africa? And how do we translate that into something that Mandela University can use and you as researchers can use? How do you make this relevant to you? So against these objectives, I think what is really important to see, and when I started to read this study, now my second disclaimer is I did not read the whole study. It is close to 300 pages. But I also decided not to use ChatGPT and to actually read the parts. So there's really a lot in this that you can get. I thought, okay, let me not go down the rabbit hole. But you should also read this study alongside a few other things. What I did not do is to put it with the new National Development Plan for Post-Secondary Education and Training, which I think will be add another dimension to how we actually move from a policy and a study framework to an implementation framework. But when you look at the study, the response rate was pretty good. So those of you that have done studies and have tried to get people to complete a survey, you know that it's quite difficult and that your response rate is often quite low and you have to go back and back and back. But they received a response rate of more than 40%, which I think not only is a great response rate, but also shows the significance and the importance of actually doing research on what happens to our doctoral students in South Africa. And let me also add that this was not only South African doctorates, it's anybody that completed a doctorate in South Africa at a South African university, which posed against the internationalization and the high levels of enrollment from outside of Africa is also an important consideration. So if you put that 40,000 into perspective, that's over 6,000 respondents, but with a sample size of 15,000. So I think that's also really important. So although the response rate was really good, consider this 15,000 over 18 years. And then we start diving into what is the challenges around doctoral education and our graduation rate in South Africa. So right at the bottom, you see a little table that compares the original number of PhDs per million people as it was published in the National Development Plan in 2011. You then see that we made a significant jump to almost doubling that, 54 people graduating per million in 2017, which is fantastic to see that progression, but we are heading to 2030, which is the goal of the NDP, and we need to be at 100 people per million. So that means that we need to graduate about 5,000 PhDs per year with a limited number of institutions that are in a position to qualify and think of the bigger ecosystem. We also need supervisors. Somebody said to me the other day, there was an award made for a supervisor with 30 PhD students. So I thought, okay, that is a red flag. But I think it's really important when we think of PhD studies to really think against the context of what does it mean to graduate one PhD student, what is the infrastructure needed, what is the money needed behind it. Following this study, there was a number of articles where the minister said so much money will be put into this. And that's all good and well, but we have to think about how do we grow the entire ecosystem. So I only selected a few issues for us to touch on this morning. As Priscilla said, the two of us can probably talk all day, which is a scary thought, but it is true. And one of this also touches on our discussion yesterday around postgraduate scholarships, and that's the financing of doctoral studies. So if you have a look at, oh, sorry, Priscilla, I didn't move it on so that everybody can see what I'm talking about. So I just made a brief summary if we look at where do people get the money from studying, and then putting it into the context of postgraduate scholarship and funding mechanisms. Yesterday we also, and I hope that the DHET and NRF heard me to say that we need to think innovatively about postgraduate funding, because this is really quite significant when we talk about access and inclusion. 33% is still self-funded. So if you consider the impact on doing a PhD on your home life, but also the financial impact, that is significant. That 33% is still self-funded. And that can be family members, spouses, partners. So it's broken down in the study. I didn't go into that detail. 30% from the respondents' university. So are we actually only circulating that money within the institution? That's another consideration that we have to make when we think of where are we getting the money from for PhD studies. This was the shocking part to me, is regardless of all the scholarships, both from national agencies, such as the NRF and the Water Research Commission, to name but a few, only just above 20% is actually funded through those mechanisms. And what really shocked me is the low engagement with international money. There is money out there. I promise you. They have big numbers. When I say a project of 100,000 euros, most of my Dutch colleagues will say, oh, it's not worth to do it. I think 100,000 euros, I'm in. I'm there. Where do I sign up? Huh? So that is really also a consideration that only 8% of the PhD candidates were funded by international money. So that is really considering if we move in the same pool of money, the shrinking pool of money in South Africa, I think that's really something for us to consider. How do we engage really when this is the statistics that we see? How do we engage more with the international level? And then only 6%. So again, coming back to what I said yesterday, very big need to work closer with the industry, whether it's local or international industry, but only 6% was not funded from an employer that was not a university. So only 6% of those out there, so I'm looking there at the back to make my point come across with the automotive industry again, and I know there's the will, is that there's only 6%. So I think it's really, this gives us, for me, this was one of the most insightful parts of the study, is to really see how do people make this work financially. Okay, so now I have done enough talking for now. I would really like to hear from you, and Priscilla, do you want to write? I will write as well. But if we reflect from an institutional perspective, and from those, I know also other institutions in the audience. So what do we see? What resonates with you? I see a hand before even asking a question. About the experiences of financing at Mandela University when you look at this scope of financing. And then what are some of the lessons that we've learned? So let me take the whole slide in one. And then more importantly, I try to be the ever optimist, but what opportunities do we see? If we think of where the financing comes from, we can definitely see that it's very skewed. What opportunities do we see? Okay, can I take a first round of questions? Okay, there was a hand that shot up, so. And please, I don't want to be like a me, you. Let's make it a wonderful, nice conversation between us.
Good morning, it's me again. I am going to slightly loop around your first question and change it a little bit and propose it to Dr. Mensah. Given the previous slide,
but I'll allow it.
Given the previous slide that highlighted how the national model looks for where money comes from, do we have an idea of what our local ecosystem looks like? What is the breakdown for where the money comes from at Mandela University? And then my second question is regarding your comment about the percentage, or no, the percentage you gave of where the international, like for the international money. What do you think is the issue with why that percentage is so low? Is it our engagement with international bodies, or is it the PR of what our skill sets and what we can achieve are coming from an international perspective?
More questions, or shall we take that and then we pick up from you? I'm also keeping my eye on time here because otherwise that thing is going to buzz me out. David, right in front. Yeah, you can go. Oh, you can't be loud enough yet, sorry.
Thank you very much. I think that we have to admit that the university funding system is broken, and that's why we have all these strikes all the time. And that's where we need to start, because the beneficiaries are generally not putting money back into the pot, right? And so how do we get the beneficiaries to put money back into the pot so that they educate the next generation? I think that's very important. And then I'm also surprised, you know, there's a Robert Mugabe scholarship that takes Zimbabwean students to University of Fort Hare because Robert Mugabe was educated at Fort Hare, right? But we don't have a Thabo Mbeki scholarship. I've not heard of a Thabo Mbeki scholarship. We have a Mandela scholarship, but it doesn't take students to Mandela University. It's a Mandela Rhodes scholarship that takes students out of the country, right? So giving money away to other, do we have a Patrice Motsepe scholarship? So even before engaging international partners, are we actually engaging, do we have a Dangote scholarship? You were in Nigeria. Did you talk to Dangote to say, hey, Dangote, we want you to fund students who come to Nelson Mandela? So I think the philanthropic movement in Africa, for some reason, is also not working. We have the money here, but maybe it's just in the bank. Yeah. And then I guess the last comment is, do we actually need PhD, do we need people with PhDs in this country? Right? What value are you guys creating? Because if there's value, then funders will come. Thank you.
Okay, some good questions. I will answer Petrus's one first about the funding ecosystem at Mandela. So we have two main funders at Mandela, the biggest being Mandela Council funding through the postgraduate research scholarships, and then that's followed by the NRF. So those are the major funders of postgraduate students at Mandela. I must add that, again, through council funds, there's funding made available for postgraduate diploma that's managed by financial aid. And then we have funding from elsewhere, Tata, CSIR, MRC, but that's really very, very small percentages. They fund a handful of students. And then I think through the faculties, there's CETA funding made available to students. But again, against the total number of funding available, it's a small proportion. Some of the challenges around funding, which we wanted to discuss yesterday but did not spend too much time on, is whether the value of the funding provided, that's not NRF or PGRS, is sufficient and is released in time. Because some of our partners who fund students can release scholarship funds as late as September, but the student was registered in January. So what has the student been living on from January to September, So there's the ethics of that. I think, David, you make a fair point about whether philanthropists within the African system are giving enough to scholarships. My sense is no. And so at Mandela, we have a drive to leverage funding to support postgraduate scholarships, especially since we have a revised policy that is providing higher values to students. So that becomes very important. And we are working with our colleagues in strategic resource mobilization and advancement to assist with that. I don't know if you want to add, Hugo?
Yeah, let me maybe add to the international component. So there's two rationales that I can drive around why we only see so little. The one is that most international scholarships require you to go to another country. So you go, more and more we focus on brain circulation and to bring people back, but you lose your connection with your South African university. And that's where a drive around international modalities where we actually work with a joint system is really a way to strengthen the system, because that means that your doctoral candidate remains in the system. It can add value to actually linking not only one candidate from the international experience, but a whole research group, depending on how the structure is set up. And it already builds a sustainable model for the pipeline of graduation, postdoctoral fellow, and so on. So I think that's a really important thing that we see, is that funding is there, but it's in a different way structured. So that's definitely. The other thing is there is, unfortunately, where we still see, so the DRD, for example, I'll put my plug in for the sister organizations, is that they fund regional scholarships or local scholarships, which is a significant shift in how international funding organizations or international funders look at it. They still have challenges with finding the right candidates. Mm-hmm. So I think that's really important to, again, go back to that enabling environment. A very big thing in South Africa, and for those of you that attended the postgraduate orientation, is self-selection. So in South Africa, you decide that you're not good enough for an international scholarship. Don't make that decision. Let the funder make the decision that you are not the right fit for this scholarship. but don't eliminate yourself. And that's something that we have to work on as part of the essential skill set of our graduates, is saying that we have the potential, we have the skill set, you have the abilities, so don't make the decision that you are not the right fit for a scholarship with an international component. But it really also goes back to government and the way that these bilateral agreements are made to make sure that we maintain that connection so that we also can leverage that funding. And I will put back the question of David to the audience for you to discuss during lunch. What is the value add of a PhD? You know, how do we really make sure that we show that? Because that is also part of how we get more students to actually go on this journey of a PhD. Once people can see in your masters that I'm not only doing this PhD so that I can be employed at a university, because that's a lot of what sits behind it. Eh? Our target is to have 75% of university academic staff have a PhD. Eh? But we don't only want to employ PhDs in the university sector. So that is also something that we need to build on. Oh, there I lost my pen, but that's fine. I don't need it, I have more tools. The other thing that is really touches on this aspect of employment. So we know this, I know this from managing a scholarship program for NAFIC, is that there's really a challenge around part-time and full-time enrollment. And what we see from this study is that 60% was part-time enrolled. Okay? So more than half of people were actually doing something else. No? And of course, there's correlations that we can make with funding and expectations, etc. But that's really important. And what was also striking to me is this didn't change over the period of the study, which I think is another significant thing to say, that we don't actually get a different type then. We have this struggle around the full-time enrollment, which I think is quite a challenge. Also, if we look at the funding model of the NRF, so if we trace it back to the number of PhDs being funded by the NRF and the full-time enrollment, we see some clashes developing. And I see Palisa nodding her head because I think she recognizes this of also being in part of this study. But some of the most important findings on what happens post-graduation is that the majority actually remain with the same employer. Okay? So that is, oh, Palisa, do you want to add to that? Please do, because this is a conversation and I feel like I'm lecturing to you now. So,
can we get a mic to the front to Palisa? Please put your hand up so they can see.
Okay, there are some really big problems with the results.
Okay, good. Flag them, please.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at this, you see that 60% are doing part-time studies. So people who took part in the study were already working. Yesterday we were having a conversation about this, that there isn't funding to support people to do their PhD studies. And South Africans, most of them, go and try and find a job after their first or second degree, and then continue to study part-time while they're working. So most of the people who responded to the study were PhD graduates or current PhD students who were already employed, most of them. So there's a follow-up study looking at postdocs, which is your first 20%. In fact, majority stay on into postdocs and serial postdocs. So postdoc after postdoc after postdoc after postdoc. I did it. So, and this is the bigger problem on how are we actually retraining people to stay in the system. I know NRF now has that whole full cost from honors to PhD. You might see a change in how many people are doing a PhD full time. I think to say that 2 to 3% is my big problem, because that cannot be true. It cannot be true that 2 to 3% is because 60% are already employed in the study. So that is the problematic one.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to take you now, Paris. I just want to, because what was in the media and what really sparked interest around this was the 20% unable to find employment. And that was how it was pitched. So a little bit of a fake news situation there as well. But I think this is, you have to disaggregate this again. And I'm not a specialist and I'm not a data scientist, but even to a layman, these becomes problematic when this is what we then send into to this issue of the serial postdoc. I really giggled about that chapter in the study as well. But it's not only serial postdocs, there's also serial startup companies. We see this way of how do people make a living. It reoccurs in society in different ways. But the thing that is scary is that you can't find employment in your related field. And I think that is really when we say about the value add of a PhD, that is something for us to really consider as a country.
Okay, I'm not sure whether, that's a problem necessarily.
Opportunity?
Because at the end of the day, we know that in academia or in industry, we don't have the capacity. David even referenced that yesterday. We don't have the capacity to absorb all the graduates that are being produced. However, with the doctoral training, they have a set of skills that can have multiple applications. And that's why I think graduate work employment opportunities become important. And I know that the government provides such opportunities for bachelor's, honors, and master's graduates. But it would be really important, given the conversation we had about the decadal plan, to look at these graduate work opportunities at the doctoral and even the postdoctoral level, so that we're putting these graduates to work within various sectors.
Yes, I think what could be interesting thinking it from that perspective is also to consider continuously the ideas around multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity. Hey? So in South Africa, we are very conditioned to be a specialist in your field. Hey? So those transferable and cross-cutting skills increasingly, so for example, I studied politics. Okay, so maybe one can say I went full circle and in many ways I'm back to politics. But I'm not a politician. So I think, but when I started studying, nobody said there would be this job that you can do or that you can apply your skills in that way. But it's also how do you navigate through that? And those are skills that we learn on the bachelor's, master's, and PhD level. So I think there is this gap of almost a fellowship or a training that really looks at making your skills applicable. So I think, and I know we have some German colleagues because I heard them speaking earlier, but that is a big difference between South Africa and the Netherlands, South Africa and Germany, and even in the Netherlands, is that in these countries there's a focus on having PhDs in the sector as well. And we still have a very dominant focus on PhDs. The trajectory is going back to the university. So Priscilla, that thing is going to shout at us in 1 minute. No? But yes, it is, hey? But what I would really like to also challenge you to think about, and maybe you don't want to put up your hand now, but if you think of graduating with a PhD, where do you see your journey going? What is your rationale for engaging in this PhD? Is it so that you can, I see a hand, I like it when people are brave and are willing to take my challenge. But really, can we think about when we stand in front of a classroom and motivate people to do a PhD, what are we sending them into, and are they clear on where they are going and how we can shift some of these indicators?
Hello again. I'm Victor from the physics department. It's actually, even just me saying that line is, is actually interesting because I've got my PhD in chemistry. And at the beginning of the year, when I went to the Center for Broadband Communications and I had an interview with Prof. Tim Gibbon, he asked me that one simple question, but you didn't do anything with quantum photonics, you a science chemist. I was like, well, doing a PhD should not make you postdoc. These are realities. So if a younger person sees me and like, okay, why would I need to do research when probably the amount PhDs or postdocs are receiving in the past 5 years as stipends or whatever you call it hasn't really increased, you know? Yeah, so for me, like, just the reflection from that side is like, okay, you are contributing to the knowledge, you know, out there. You're trying to make impactful research and so on, but usually there is no solid way out. Like sometimes when I see perpetual postdocs, that's the way I refer to it, I get scared myself. I'm like, I don't want to end. I'd rather be a photographer at the beach, you know, with a camera on my neck. That would be more interesting. So, but I mean, like as an institution, and even with the postgrads, PhDs, and everything, we need to start having these conversations with regards to, like yesterday we spoke about entrepreneurship. Like, should we start looking at PhDs in that regards? That, okay, what kind of businesses can we start? Can we start maybe establishing consulting outfits so that when you're done, then you become a consultant for industries or so, and you have a better, clear, you know, way out. Do we increase the funds that PhD people receive? I had a very interesting conversation with Velma because I saw a postdoc application that had a certain amount, but then the university cap money was way less than the amount. So I was like, so if I get this postdoctoral position, do I need to deregister from here, then go to another university because you guys can't pay me above this set? So I mean, like, these are questions that we need to, like, you know, even contemplate and just discuss. Thank you.
How quickly can you do this?
Quick.
Okay, go.
I think one important thing is to look at the doctoral attributes, you know, and competencies. I think this is one thing that's missing. Students typically work on a research project only, and miss out on other things that are available to them. I mean, even the training that we're providing, it can focus solely on academic skills strengthening, but miss out on other skills that they need to transition to other careers. And also that we're not providing enough exposure to industry, and also you know, sensitizing industry to what kind of skill sets, you know, our students have, our graduates have, and how they can contribute in industry. And we do need to build up on a lot of those engagements, because not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. And we can't force that. But like yesterday, we were talking about the thinking, the innovative thinking that we can train the students to have, which they can apply in a workplace.
Okay, we have to wrap up.
I'm not making eye
completely
contact.
out of time because we have a really excellent session next on advancing support for early career researchers through global networks, and we have a number of international presenters, as well as shared experiences from emerging researchers at Mandela. So I would now like to hand over to my colleague, Dr. John Mashaya-Mombe. Thank you, colleagues. Help me thank my panelists.
And please do find me over lunch. I will still be here, and share, what do you think are these skills? This is some of the work that I'm working on through the Knowledge Collab, is really on building the skill set and these profiles. So I'm always keen to learn from others.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for your presence and also for your attention. So that we can avoid wasting time. Prof. David Mikler. He's already in the room. Hello, Prof. Welcome, and we're going to give you 10 minutes to, have a chat with us, and then at the end we'll then we'll open up the session for questions and answers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, John, and hello to everybody. Good morning. It's evening here in Perth, in Western Australia. I'll just share my screen. Everybody see that? Great. So my name is David Mikler. I'm the Dean Global for Africa and an Associate Professor of International Relations at Curtin University, as I said, based in Perth in Western Australia. And Curtin University is one of the members of the Australia-Africa Universities Network, AAUN. So my job today is to talk a little bit about the AAUN network, as well as to highlight some opportunities for early career researchers as part of our network. Before I start, it's customary in Australia to acknowledge that Australia is a colony and the Indigenous people of Australia remain the traditional owners of the land on which my campus here sits and other campuses within Australia. And we acknowledge them as the traditional owners of the land. And in the case of Perth, that is the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and we pay our respects to their elders, past and present. The Australia-Africa's Universities Network is a network that is just over 10 years old, and it's a group of now 25 universities, leading universities from both Australia and across the African continent. The purpose of the network is really to connect researchers, both senior, mid-career and early career researchers, through institutional partnerships, really to address key research, some similarities in the challenges that both of us are facing. This is really crucial because Australia is perhaps at the margins of engagement with Africa. Certainly we don't have as deep or as long a set of institutional connections maybe as some other regions of the world. So we're trying to use research and education collaboration as one of the key vehicles to actually drive broader partnerships between our two continents. And we do this in ways that we think are quite unique to the Australia-Africa relationship. And we look to do this through mutually beneficial partnerships that really are trying to find some innovations and niches in what's important to both of our continents. So 3 of the key activities and opportunities that present themselves to researchers, including early career researchers in the network. Firstly, we run every year 2 major international forums, usually one on the African continent in a rotational capacity, and then one in Australia, usually here in Perth during our National Africa-Australia Week. And these forums are really an opportunity to meet face-to-face with other researchers in the network, to maintain those personal connections, but also to look at ways in which we can develop collaborative research projects to be funded through the network. I'll touch on each of these in a moment. The second is our research collaborative grant scheme, the PRDF scheme, which does provide seed funding for collaborative projects within the network. And the third opportunity is through our new Emerging Leaders program, the ELAD program. So I'll just touch on each of these in a moment. The network itself, as I mentioned, is now 25 members, 10 from the Australian side and 15 from across Africa. We had the forum last week here in Perth, where we inaugurated 2 new members, the University of Rwanda and the University of Mpumalanga from South Africa. The network is actually co-chaired by University of Pretoria on the African side and University of New South Wales in Sydney. on the Australian side, and Curtin University here in Perth is the usual host of the Australian forum each year. So we're hoping to have another 5 Australian universities join so that we can have an equal membership of 15 on each side. And we feel that that's about the right size for the network. What we really want is active members within the network so that we can really find those opportunities to collaborate. I'll just show you a few images of our annual forum. So this was the most recent one last week that we held in Perth, and it was great to see participation from Nelson Mandela University with Tandy and Priscilla joining us here. We had actually a very strong delegation coming from the African continent with support provided by the NRF in South Africa for travel funding, which was really fantastic. And this was really the first major forum we've had in Australia since COVID, with many international delegates being able to travel again. The previous forum was held earlier this year in Pretoria, the African Forum, at the University of Pretoria during the National Africa Week in South Africa. And then the one, at that forum, we actually launched the Centre for Australia-Africa Relations, which will be a key driver of research and education partnerships through the network. This is an initiative of my university, but working through the university network. And then this was our forum last year, held in our national capital in Canberra. Moving to the second opportunity, which is the PRDF Research Seed Funding Scheme. So this scheme is derived from the membership fees and other sponsorship that the network attracts. The usual processes that we have between 5 and 10 annual collaborative grants that go towards teams from the network. So there has to be at least one Australian and one African member as part of a research team. And we strongly encourage the teams to have early career researchers and PhD students as part of those teams. The successful projects are funded at about 10,000 Australian dollars per year, which is really enough to hold a workshop, develop a project, and then really use that seed-funded small project to seek and leverage for larger external funding once the team is in place. So we did an assessment in 2020 of the scheme, and I've just produced some of the results there that you can see in terms of relative success on not a large amount of seed funding, but enough to really spur collaboration, again in the context where Australian and African universities haven't necessarily had long institutional partnerships. This is really a way of giving us a small driver of collaboration that has in many cases led to greater success with the same or similar teams beyond the seed funding project. So one of the successful projects I'll just highlight is one that we successfully developed out of a PRDF grant in 2019. That project was looking at the role of the African diaspora in Australia in promoting Australia-Africa relations. So that was a small project that we had seed funded. Unfortunately, it happened sort of during COVID, so we had to do most of the project online. But we were successful in using that to then apply for a further major grant through our Australian Research Council, which is the equivalent to our NRF here in Australia. And we got over $400,000 to develop a 3-year study looking at the political and economic agency of the African diaspora here in Australia. And you can see here there's a number of researchers, including
excuse
3
me, Dave?
early research.
Sorry, your PowerPoint, it hasn't been moving.
At all?
The yes. So we tried
okay.
to text you via the Zoom link, but yeah.
Okay, it's moving on my side, so I'll take you to the slide that I'm up to. How's that? Do you see that one?
Yes, we can see it. We understand maybe it's a technical issue from our side, because you did say that it's moving on your side, right?
Yeah, it's been moving on my side, but
can you
try
put it on
differently.
slideshow?
Yeah, it's on slideshow. How's that?
Good day, sir.
So it means you may have to click every slide as you move.
Okay, that's...
Sorry, I think you are sharing. Can you share the second screen, not the first screen? Because I think we're on your other screen now, if you are in presentation mode.
How's that? Try again.
Way better. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so this was the major national research project that I was just mentioning that came out of one of our seed funding projects from the initial AAUN grant. The third opportunity that I mentioned is the Emerging Leaders in Australia Africa Diplomacy Program. And this was an initiative that we launched through the AAUN 1 year ago. And the purpose of this program was to create a cohort of emerging leaders, both from the university side and from the diplomatic community. So we brought together 36 fellows from across Australia and Africa between the ages of 20 and 35, either current master's students or current serving junior diplomats in their foreign ministries. And we put a program together which engaged them on issues of building knowledge, building skills, and then looking at how we can develop cooperation to deal with common challenges. We had a range of high-profile speakers, including ambassadors and professors from across the network. And this cohort is now producing a policy report, which will be launching in the early October, on the 2nd of October, which is going to present some ideas from the emerging fellows as to how we can deepen our collaboration, both through universities and through our wider government diplomatic approaches. The final part of what I wanted to say was just to highlight that in addition to the network opportunities, we also use the network to develop deeper bilateral relationships between our universities in the network. And I'll just highlight here a couple of opportunities that we've developed from the partnership with Nelson Mandela University. We have had the privilege of having Dr. Tandy visit and give a public lecture here in Perth, looking at how we can build sustainable partnerships into Africa. We also had Professor Becky from CANRAD here for Nelson Mandela Day, talking about the opportunities for thinking about the legacies of Nelson Mandela for the Indigenous struggle here in Australia. So the network can be used to really deepen the bilateral partnerships as well as the wider network opportunities. I think I'll leave it there for time, but I've also included in the slides, I don't know if you can see them, just some information on what we're also doing as one university in this network. And we're really trying to encourage every university on the Australian side that is part of the network to develop an Africa platform within their university to promote collaboration from all areas of their university across the sciences, social sciences and beyond, to really build down. So the network doesn't just float on the top of universities, it actually has a solid basis of staff and student engagement from within, including staff and students who are from Africa or African background. So we've put together a number of initiatives that are really trying to engage staff and students on campus, as well as the international experience through the network. I think I'll leave it there. I'm not sure how many of those slides came through, but I'm very happy to share the slides with everybody afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated. We will circulate the slides since we had a technical glitch on this one so that people can be able to identify the opportunities and different calls that are there. Our next presenter that we have is Professor Paul Egan from GCUA is in the meeting. So maybe Dave, you can wait for the questions if you have time. I understand it's in the evening that side.
Oh, John?
Paul, are you in?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
100%. Please just ensure that you are able to share your PowerPoint presentation and move with it. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, I hope you can see okay the presentation. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Egan, and I'm an associate professor at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. And today I wanted to share with you about GCUA, the Global Challenge University Alliance, of which Nelson Mandela University is a member. The only South African member of the alliance as it stands. Just about me, I'm the overall coordinator for this network, and I also work as a research advisor in the global office of our university with SLU. And many of you might be familiar with SLU because of our ongoing bilateral research programs and the connections between our many researchers. So thanks to John for inviting me here today to present. So I'll just start off with saying a little bit what is GCUA, and my main focus will be highlighting some of the current opportunities within the Alliance, particularly for PhDs and early career researchers, but also even for staff and others in the university. So in terms of our vision, we're a network of university partners from across the globe, really is all continents. And we're universities that are particularly focused on contributing our contributions towards Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. So how did GCUA come about? It's already over a decade old. We go back to 2012, where we had strategic funding from the Swedish government, this STINT agency for international cooperation and research in higher education. And that funded a couple of years of workshops and summer schools and other activities. After that, since then, the Alliance has received funding centrally from SLU from 2015, and indeed from membership fees, which are relatively small, I might add, from all of our competent members. And from 2018, we've expanded the network. So currently we stand at about 20 partners around the world. And I might add that we aren't really open as we were before for new members. Our focus is really on enhancing the quality of interactions amongst partners rather than expanding the network as we have been before. So from 2019 onwards, this focus on Agenda 2030 has really been guiding our operations. And we've had another funding period directly from STINT as well, from 2021 up to this year. So a lot of the activities that I'm about to present now have come about through this funding period. And in this STINT period, as I mentioned, our focus has been in particular PhD students, junior researchers, and perhaps lecturers and other staff at the early stages of their career. This is just to give you a snapshot. We are, as I mentioned, an alliance of partners from all around the world, different continents, and one of the challenges is the time zone differences when we're having our meetings. Inevitably, somebody is getting up early or staying up late, but we do try and respect that diversity of time zones. Yeah, our 20 partners as they stand, and as I mentioned, we're very happy to have Nelson Mandela on board representing South Africa in particular. In terms of our current focus in the stint funding phase, it has been on PhDs, focusing on knowledge development, enhancing capacity, and building the networks of those that participate in our activities. And this is an overview of our main ongoing activities, of which PhD students and others from Nelson Mandela are more than welcome to participate and have been participating very well. We have a course package with 4 different courses. I'll say a little bit more about those. We have a mentorship program, and this is on a global basis, so you could be paired up with a mentor or a mentee from anywhere amongst all the other partners. I'll say a bit more about Climate Action Challenge, which is a very exciting problem-based initiative for students and researchers that is currently we're enrolling for. We have 2 courses open right now for enrollment for those that are interested. Education for Sustainable Development is about to have its 3rd implementation coming up at the end of this month. So if you are quick, you can still have an opportunity to enroll for that. And as I mentioned, this is both for PhD students, if you anticipate you might like to go on, and in terms of constructing syllabus and integrating sustainability, or for existing teachers. We welcome you into this course. We also have the Theory of Change approach coming up as well, so enrollment is open for that, and you're more than welcome. We've had typically very strong representation from Nelson Mandela University in these courses, so thank you for that, and please keep it up. I wanted to say a little bit more about this Climate Action Challenge, because this is something new that we've been trying in GCUA. And as I mentioned, it's a problem-based learning course. It's about to run from October to December, and that's 160 hours working hours. And as was mentioned in the previous session, I was just listening to the previous speaker. This is really an activity that will challenge you to develop interdisciplinary way of thinking. You will be divided into different teams, and your challenge here is to come up with a nature-based solution towards some kind of climate change mitigation or adaptation problem. We will, of course, guide you through the course with different tutorials and workshops, but the main activity here is to formulate a project and work with your team and enhance your interdisciplinary skills. So for those that are interested, you're more than welcome to register. There's still a few places left, but not so many. A few words about the mentorship program. This is really one of the few global mentorship programs that I'm aware of actually existing. Usually mentorship programs are relatively local in nature. So we have some interesting possibilities here, both for growing your network with your mentor, but also learning about how academia works in other countries. Perhaps you're interested to study abroad, or even from the mentor's side also to be able to expand your experience in mentorship and challenge yourself really to step outside your own culture and get involved with mentoring mentees from other countries. It's not only just face-to-face mentoring going on, but it's actually a full program we have with a professional consultant that is really giving a taste of many different issues that come up in academia, like discrimination topics, other kinds of dilemmas that may be experienced within academia. So it's really kind of a more comprehensive support package, and we hope to run this again next year as well. I'd like to encourage you in the room to sign up to the newsletter, receive our updates, which announce all of our opportunities. For those on Facebook, you're welcome to join the Facebook group as well. And I will finish off by just saying about the GCUA award. This is currently open for entry. I think the 3rd of October is the deadline, so if you're quick, I think you could prepare a good entry. I think Nelson Mandela might be familiar with this award in having a past winner of the award, but the idea here is to present your thesis studies in a video format. You don't need to be finished your PhD, or you could be maybe in your last or second final year, and present that in video format and submit it. So it really kind of challenges you to think about communication, and particularly for those that are coming from backgrounds that are perhaps more technical or natural science orientated. It's a chance to kind of step outside your comfort zone perhaps, and hone your communication skills. So we look forward to more entries too from Nelson Mandela University. That's it from me. You're always welcome to get in touch by your focal point from Nelson Mandela, or directly to me at GCUA. So thank you, and I look forward to further engagement from students and staff from the university.
Thank you, Paul. Maybe you can also hang around until we get to the Q&A session. We're not really doing great on time, so I'm going to kindly ask Juliana. I'm going to kindly ask Juliana to come through.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for having me here. I'll try to share the screen, if I'm allowed, and start my presentation. But thank you for the invitation and for having me here. Let's see, the right one, yeah. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Association of Commonwealth Universities, of which Nelson Mandela University is a member. And I was very pleased to hear the invitation from John and to be able to talk to you. So students are our longest term engagement. So we start with you and follow you through your career, as long as you're in a member university, one of the 500 or so member universities that we have. Carleton has been a member university of the ACU. It's not currently a member, but we can fix that. And Nelson Mandela has been a member of the ACU for a number of years now. The ACU has been around as the longest association of universities in the world. It is older than the Commonwealth Secretariat itself. And it has, it's open to all the countries in the Commonwealth. And we still have some member universities from countries that were in the Commonwealth and are no longer in the Commonwealth. And most importantly for you today is to know that we have networks within our network of universities, and I'll tell you mostly about those. And our network of students and academic staff and professional staff, the ACU has opportunities for all of them, extends to about 1 million people. So I'm going to give you some stats, but not bother you too much with that, because I'm aware of the time. I have a sun timer going on the side to keep me aware of the time as well. And we do a lot of work in policy representation. We have annual engagements with the UN, with UNESCO, and also with Commonwealth events, of which there were quite a few last year as we came out of the pandemic. And we work with universities also to improve their systems through learning from each other, and also disseminate the innovations that are made in universities to our network to make them all collaborate and send staff and students across universities, member universities as well, and have some partnerships. These are a few of our partners, and some programs of which Nelson Mandela has benefited as well. And so why would you, as a PhD student or a PhD supervisor, engage with the ACU? Because you're able to connect with our network, learn from one another, and influence also aspects of the sector that matter to you. So the networks that I promised I'd be telling you about, they're meant to connect, and I have on the call my colleague Georgina Nicoli, who's managing most of our network. And these networks are actually engaging people within the member universities, such as Nelson Mandela University, where not only the vice chancellors are members of the association, but also the professional services staff. So these two at the bottom, supporting research community, which engages the whole of the university, connected with supporting research from librarians to finance officers to fully formed research officers as well. And also HR and AG community that engages people working around issues of sexual harassment, of gender policies, and so on and so forth. And a new way of work, also hybrid working. We've had a few conferences around that. The great thing about these networks and communities is that each of them have their own budget. So, and each of them have their own activities. And they have their steering committees, so they're led by members of the ACU. And that's very important and of relevance to you, because we have grants and fellowships connected with these networks. We also have newsletters produced quarterly for members to be aware of what the others are doing or what's available to them. And they organize conferences or provide funding for members to go to conferences and then share the learnings with the networks. And what's most important, there's no cap to the number of people within a member university that can join one of our networks or communities. The thematic networks that I haven't talked about are the ones at the top, for topics that cut across our membership and are of special relevance to Commonwealth countries. Commonwealth Climate Resilience Network, for instance, if you are in an island country or a coastal country, wherever you are suffering the effects of climate change, this is a priority. And this was founded by universities in the Pacific, but it's also very active around Caribbean as well. For instance, we have Commonwealth Peace and Reconciliation Network, and this is dealing with themes that go from apartheid in South Africa to First Nations in Australia, or discrimination in any other country, really, and transitional justice in countries that have been through political upheaval. So everywhere there is an angle for an interest in these topics. And finally, the all-encompassing higher education and the SDGs network that is looking to galvanize the action around the SDGs. And particularly for our universities, we've done really well in impact rankings organized by the industry, and they seem to be very central. I like to call the Sustainable Development Goals, I don't know if all agree with me, as a sort of maps, because they are a common language that people can relate to and look into, organize their projects, programs, and organize their research as well around. And we do that quite firmly around our topics when we engage students or faculty. So let's go on to our representation. And if I can move this. So we are represented across the globe as well. And because our universities are open to everyone, if you are a student based at a member university of the ACU, you don't have to be a national of a Commonwealth country to apply for the opportunities or to join the offer that we have. It's for member universities, and if you are based at a member university, you could be from anywhere in the world, you'd still be eligible to apply. And we have so the ACU is a membership organization, but it's also a charity, as we call it in the UK, or a not-for-profit organization, as it's called elsewhere. We have about £700,000 that we give out every year across a range of schemes. So for early career researchers, there are all these opportunities. I won't take too long because I know I'm limited for time, but there are fellowships, training grants, conference grants, and one that I'll focus on is specific to the Commonwealth. And I have to mention that we're currently celebrating the Year of Youth at the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth is home to 1.5 billion young people in the world. 2 out of 3 citizens of the Commonwealth are under 30 years of age. So the youth is really important for the Commonwealth as an organization, and it's reflected in the opportunities that are available to young people. I would say the Routledge Commonwealth scholarships that Paul was mentioning about the humanities and social sciences, this would be mostly focused on humanities and social sciences, but could also be for health policy, for instance. So it has to be a topic within your PhD research that can be applied to the Commonwealth. Your PhD thesis doesn't have to be about the Commonwealth, but if you can do research that has relevance to the Commonwealth, comparing two countries of the Commonwealth, this scholarship gives you an award, gives you mentorship, and the mentors are paid as well as part of the scholarship, and a publication in a Routledge journal called Roundtable, which is about Commonwealth studies. So it's extraordinary and really interesting an opportunity. I'll highlight that one. But we also have summer school bursaries, so fully funded for travel, tuition, accommodation, meals, and this happen different times of year when we're soon releasing a calendar with the opportunities that are going to be open soon with the start of the academic year. And I'm going to also talk about a little bit about the challenge grants. Having trouble moving my cursor to the right screen.
Juliana, 2 minutes. You're left with 2 minutes to
it?
round off. 2 minutes to round off.
Yes, I know. I have a stand timer here. If you can see it, yeah. Oh, you can't see it. Yeah, but I have a stand timer running here. Don't worry. So I talked about the summer school, which was in South Africa this year. And I have challenge grants, which are connected to the networks that I've talked about. And I'd like to highlight one of the recipients of Commonwealth Climate Resilience Challenge Grant. And we have gender grants as well. So we have ACU gender grants and also collaboration with Mark Burrell fellowships, and look them up. They're doing really interesting work, and we're administering their grants for sexual harassment on campus. And so I have to mention my colleagues at the Commonwealth Scholarships Commission. And one of the most interesting offer is the split-side PhD scholarships at Against Brain Drain, basically giving PhD students from anywhere in the Commonwealth an opportunity to do research at a UK institute for 12 months as part of their PhD. And then you have all the information about it and why it is an interesting offer. I also have Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth scholarships for anyone who has a master's students or someone who is a recent graduate. I highly recommend. This is a very generous scheme for a 2-year master's degree in a low or middle income country. And these are the countries that have hosted QECS scholars. And it's a very good way to do pre-PhD research that might lead to a PhD or not, but to do a research master's, which is not the norm everywhere. So these are eligibility criteria. I'm just going to whisk through that and then ask John to circulate the slides with the information. Talk a bit about our programs. They're mostly chose the ones that are connected with climate change. I have a lot of interesting results about these programs that I'm just going to whisk through because I don't want to get over the time. But basically connections with COP. We've been to COP 26, 27, we're going to COP 28, taking these cohorts of researchers trained in climate research. And we've had an agenda angle connected to them as well. And we've launched an equitable partnerships toolkit that I'd be happy to pick up in questions and answers. And I'd like to give you an overview of also benchmarking research support exercise that we've launched, where members can learn about the provision of research support that I've mentioned as part of the communities and networks that we have, and how it connects to Africa and down to your level. So, in other words, the difference that would make can be felt across access and inclusion, international mobility of staff, students, and everyone connected to our membership, and the sustainable development goals in higher education. And that's it for me. Just remember that you are a student member of the ACU if you are in a member university of the ACU, and everything that's available to you because of that. Thank you so much.
Uh, Thank you so much, Juliana. We are now going to the last presenter, Carl's sister from Sanod.
Thank you, John.
Just hold on as we share your slide from this side.
No problem. I'm happy to try to share it as well. Let me just.
Okay, you can share it from your side.
Yes, I think so. Can you see?
Yeah, just put it in the slideshow mode. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kelly Seister, and I'm from Sanod. We are the Southern African and Nordic Center. Just give me 1 second. So the center is designed to further academic cooperation between Southern African and Nordic regions, and to strengthen the capacity of all member institutions to address local and global challenges of innovation and development. Sorry, it's a bit of a slideshow. At Sanod, we are committed to advancing strategic and multilateral academic cooperation and collaboration, and our activities are based in fundamental values of democracy, social equality, and academic engagement. And this has been built over time. Since Sanod was founded in 2007, between 7 member institutions, and we have now grown to 58 member institutions. These are the values and the fundamental values that we pride ourselves on in our organization. So let me just, there we go. Okay, so just quickly to talk about the Sanod activities and the engagement and ways in which that we can help early researchers. So our activities range from board meetings, contact persons meetings, the Sanod annual conference, which is something I will speak to later, and the opportunities that come with the annual conference, our workshops, which are conducted quarterly, our working groups, the 3-minute thesis competition, and special interest groups, as well as other funding mechanisms. So one of the big funding opportunities that we have within the Sanod organization is our Brian O'Connell Scholarship, the theme group projects, as well as conference delegate support. The theme group projects is for PhD candidates. The requirement for this is that you have at least 3 Sanod member institutions involved in your postgraduate study, and this is for PhD students. You are also allowed to bring in other researchers from non-member institutions, but the minimum requirement is 3 researchers, from member institutions. And the funding for that is 60,000 Rand. The pool has not opened yet. The pool will open next week, along with our Brian O'Connell Scholarship. And I will give you further details to that shortly. So the Brian O'Connell Scholarship is named after one of our founding members. And the scholarship makes provision for the successful applicant or candidate to receive 100,000 Rand to study abroad for 3 to 5 months at a member institution. This funding is only available for Southern African member institutions. So our colleagues in the room, as well as other students at your institution, are eligible. I just would like to mention that this is partial funding, and how this works is once you have established an institution in the Nordic region where you would like to study, then Sanod facilitates the waiving of your class fees. So your scholarship funds would not necessarily go to the paying of your tuition. It would be for air tickets, accommodation, travel, allowance, insurance, and Sanod facilitates this process and helps you, make the most of this wonderful opportunity. In the previous slide, I have attached a link because we won't have time to engage in this video at the moment, but we have a comprehensive outline and checklist of how to go about applying for the scholarship, who is eligible, and also a testimonial from one of our previous recipients. We found that most students in the beginning are sort of hesitant to go abroad for such a large period, and that's why we are in the process of establishing an alumni group and looking into doing some story circles to encourage students to take the leap and, you know, take up all these opportunities that we have to offer. They are just some of the requirements. So you must be a master's student and you must be enrolled at a Southern African member institution during the period of your travel. You need a letter of acceptance from your host institution as well as your home supervisor. And then your transcripts also need to be sent through to our office. Here's just an overview of all the member institutions that are part of our network. So all of you'll see the southern region on the right and the Nordic the southern region on your left and the Nordic region on your right. And we have grown, as I said earlier, from 7 institutions to 58. Then one of the big opportunities that we have, which can enable early researchers to really take advantage of the networking opportunities, are our conferences. These are held annually, one in the north and one in the south. This year it will be in Norway. I'm not sure if any of the colleagues present here today will be joining us. The call has unfortunately closed, but the conference next year will be in Cape Town at the University of the Western Cape. And the conference will happen between 20 and 22 September in Hamar at one of their campuses, and Inland University, which is a member, will be hosting. I just would like to note that our conference is open to everybody, all researchers, students, academics. You don't need to be part of a member organization. And here we share abstracts, knowledge, research, special working groups. And this is really a platform we try to incorporate students, researchers and academics, rectors, all coming together, sharing ideas, and just trying to strengthen our bilateral agreements within our organization. I would just like to share a short clip with you. I'm going to try and play it and just let me know if you can hear it on your side. This is just a little bit of information and a video from our previous conference last year in Limpopo.
Unfortunately, we do not have sound, Kyle.
Okay, that's okay, John. Could you share it from your end or not?
I think it's fine.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we'll have to skip it due to time. Maybe I can then
Okay.
play it for the
No problem.
guests in the background just after the program.
No problem. Okay, thank you, John. Here are just some images from our previous conference. We also have the 3-minute thesis, which is a competition that we run annually as well. This is just to help prep our postgraduate candidates and give them a platform to present. Our conferences are all about taking our researchers to the next step, allowing them to present, or giving them the opportunity to present, chair sessions, co-chair sessions, and I think just strengthen and start networking quite early on in their career. So we'd like to encourage all of you to look at our calls. Please apply for our conference funding support. So that is an initiative we've started where we try to fund as many participants for their accommodation and their registration to the conference. Last year, I think we funded 58 participants. This year, we've been able to fund 40 participants going to the Nordic region. And this is something that we really are excited about, as many researchers are given the opportunity to showcase their work and just gain experience. And then, thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to engaging with you. If you have any questions, concerns, or you'd like to reply, just please send us an email.
Thank you so much, Kel. Much appreciated. If you can hold on for the question and answer. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, John.
Colleagues, maybe you can hold on to your questions as I give the platform to Prof. Miche to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, technology remains technology. I'm going to just spend some few minutes highlighting about the support for early career academics, early career researchers. I'm not going to spend much time because you need the lived experiences. You need the lived experiences by the early career researchers themselves. But just to give some context of the environment in which the early career researchers are operating in, they're involved in teaching, research, engagement, and administration. And it is important to know some of the functions so that to advance research, you need to understand that the individuals are also involved in a number of other things. I think when I was reflecting on the slides, I was saved by the L there because it was going to be appearing tier. Whether you are going to be torn apart as an academic or you drop a tier as you engage in your research, but that was just coincidental. So, but these are the three pillars that we all understand in the academia, and also how they interplay as you try to develop your research. I'm not going to spend much time on this to say who is actually an early career academic, because John had actually done that in the introduction to say, someone who's just completed their PhD, they're just starting their career as an academic and the like. So I'm not going to spend much time, but what I want to highlight on this slide is what I'm calling the friction point. There is a time when we can't, if you fail to actually tap into the space of research, if you fail to engage into that particular space, if you fail to start research at that particular point or get necessary support, then the academic career or the research career actually falls apart. So from the support side, it's a matter of understanding that friction point. You finish your PhD, if nothing is happening there, 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you are now competing with the sharks and you can't get the necessary support because you're over 5 years without getting the support as early enough. So that is one aspect that I want to highlight here. The second aspect is also the issue of, social dynamics. yesterday there was quite a debate and a discussion around, gender issues, other important aspects as well, inequalities and all that. But social dynamics do matter, because as we support, we also have to understand those social dynamics. Now, first for me is an issue of career guidance. Do you know where you are going? And this is very much important, because there's need for mentoring, there's need for managing of the workload, identifying the niche, being focused but not too focused, and being able to screen the information. I think even over these 2 days, we have already started to get a lot of information that some were not even aware of, but how to really now take what is relevant to you and requires a lot of career guidance from early stage, how to screen that information. And on that, when you are an early career researcher and you are performing very well, sometimes you get into administration as well, managing committees and the like. But if there's quite a lot of that, it can kill the whole career as well, because you have more time tied into administration and the like, then you don't have time to actually engage in research. Before you know it, then that research profile is dying, but the administration part is increasing. So career guidance is very much important as well there. Financial support, financial management skills, definitely financial support, everyone can say, throw money anywhere else, then you can get the results that you want. But I'm going to come to that point later on. Network and mobility, I think a lot has been said. But what I want to emphasize here is for early career academics is that, bite what you can be able to chew. Because it's quite exciting to have almost everything else that, almost everyone wanting you to be part of the team, but you might find that you lose balance in the process because you're almost everywhere. So you need then to manage that very well. So network is good, but being all over the place is also not the right thing. Then I've one aspect here that I want to highlight, which is project management, managing success. As you succeed as well, you need to manage that success. As a researcher, you need to be able to manage that. But generally, I think if ever there's one kind of training that is needed, is the one for project management. Being a researcher and managing project is totally different aspect. Some individuals fail to actually apply and secure grants because they just don't want the management that comes with it, the reporting that comes with it, a lot of other aspects. So we should not take that for granted, that being an academic, then you get a grant, you are able to manage it. And also how to manage the success as it comes. It's just going to be a lot of attention, but what do you do? Profiling, it's very much important. If you can't describe yourself and what you're doing, then you can't even plan your development. You can't even plan your growth. So you need to be able to profile yourself. Who are you? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? So you need to be able to profile yourself, and it's very much important. And I put some screenshots there as just some few examples. That's what you see as information and management. It's a journal article that spent 26 months in review. And over that particular process, there was a lot that was happening within the team and whatnot. It involved for institutions, but there's a lot that was happening in terms of project management. And also, now think if you're an early career researcher, and this is your project that you are focusing on, and 26 months in review, and you are looking only on that, and then after some years, then you get an output, and then it goes on. So it also has got a number of implications to you. And sharing of outputs with popular press, websites, getting, and also the profiling like the OKID, ResearchGate, and whatnot, it's very much important. What has come to be an increasing trend is also having a website where you actually profile yourself, and it increases also even the connection. The screen might not be very clear, but it was just exemplifying one of the messages to say, look, we're getting to partner on this particular project, but you don't have a personal website where we can actually see your profile, where you've profiled your projects, what you are doing, what you are teaching, so that we can be able to attract this international grant. I'm happy that at the end it produces positive results. but just to see how profiling helps, which improves caring before you can get the lived experiences from the early career academics. They might highlight on this or any other aspect from their lived experiences. But I thought this would help to set the scene. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to share my experience as a Black Academic Advancement Program, a beneficiary under the category of post-PhD research training in 2021 and 2022. My purpose for applying for this research funding was to fast track to the aspirations of being senior lecturer within 3 years due to supervision, increased output, and academic networks. The knowledge gained from the project is transferred to students through teaching and supervision. My objectives that I set for this program was to increase publications, conference attendances, and also establish research collaborations with academics within the institution, with other researchers in other universities within the country and abroad. My other objective was also to produce masters and PhD graduates, also to get promoted from a lecturer post to a senior lecturer post. As my achievements, I've managed to produce about 9 research outputs in international accredited journals within a period of 2 years. Some of the articles I've written with students, some I've written alone, and others I've written with colleagues in the university, and some I've written with colleagues in other universities in the country and outside the country. Other outputs, in addition to articles I managed to publish within that period, I have other articles that are still under review, and some of these articles I've received comments already from the reviewers, and the comments, most of the comments are positive, and I'm hoping that I'll also publish articles that are still under review. During this period, I also attended some conferences within the country and some international conferences. And because in 2021 we're still in lockdown, I only managed to attend the virtual conferences, and all the papers I presented in these conferences were published. I also had attended an international conference in Vietnam last year in November. in addition to the conferences, I also had an international visit. I visited the University of Cape Coast in Ghana, where I managed to collaborate with a number of researchers, and I also got an opportunity to work with some master's students. And one of the master's students I worked with is now my PhD student in the Department of Economics. In the conference I attended in Vietnam, I won the best paper of the conference award. As you can see, the slide. In addition to the articles I managed to publish, I managed to produce graduate 5 master students and 1 PhD student. The challenges I faced, of course, my leave was during the COVID-19 pandemic period. And as a result, I could not attend the conference that I was supposed to attend in Australia in 2021. And also, I was supposed to visit the University of Lorraine in France in the first semester 2021. Also, that visit was cancelled due to travel restrictions. Suggestions that I can give to emerging researchers, I would say firstly that the Black Academic Advancement Program funding does not impose target outcomes. Applicants set their targets and goals. Therefore, they should set attainable goals and manage time effectively. They should also take full ownership of their project to save them from disappointments of not attaining of not achieving their objectives. They should also learn from research associates and maintain positive working relations. They should establish research groups with their students at early stage, as early as PG Deep or honors, and provide all the support, including assisting with applications for funding, publication of papers, and exposure to conferences. They should also establish academic networks within our university and other universities in the country and abroad, so as to increase the research output of our university. As I'm concluding, I would like to thank all the departments that assist in administrating the applications for this funding. Among those departments, I can mention the PGRS. Specifically, I want to give a special thanks to Mr. Khan for assisting, for supporting the applicants throughout the process. I would also want to thank the DVC for research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for her support. And lastly, I would also want to thank my HOD, Prof. Nishi, for his support. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bobo. We are going to have the second talk. So we share the 4 experiences, and the overall engagement is coming. So we have each have got 2 minutes to be sharing. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. I wish I went after Dr. Kokobo with all of his achievements and so forth. But my name is Dr. Jasmine Kinsman, and I'm from the Department of Business Management in the Faculty of Business and Economic Sciences. I'm going to try and be as brief as I can. So I actually am glad that Prof. Mishi mentioned what an early academic. Yes, I wasn't too sure what it is because it's sort of the phrase came about after I actually became an academic. I started in 2013. as an academic in the Department of Business Management. I was busy doing my honors degree at the time, and my HOD was my lecturer, and she said to me, and I was also a student assistant at the time, and she said to me, "Don't you want to be a lecturer?" And I'm like, "Yes, okay, I'll do it." But she said, "But you have to do your master's," and that's where everything just started. You know, it was like a whirlwind. I had to do my master's, and obviously had to progress and I did all these qualifications, and I think I got to a point around about 2016, 2017. And as Prof. Misha mentioned, as an academic, you have to engage in all three pillars. All three, at that stage, there was three. Now, admin is also actually the fourth pillar, but you have to be an active participant in all of the pillars as an academic. And sometimes some find it easier to be a teacher, easier to be a researcher, easier to engage. And it doesn't mean that you're not a good academic, but it is actually quite hard to be quite, sufficient or proficient in all of those areas until you get to the point where you realize that in order to become the best teacher, that you need to make sure that your research informs what you're teaching and that you are engaging in both industry level as well as in the community level about what you're researching and what you're teaching. And that is why I decided when I did my PhD to look at what I'm actually teaching, because I knew for a long time what I'm teaching is not really a reflection of what is actually happening. And in my field, just briefly, I looked at relooking the financial planning process, which is what we use to provide financial advice to the majority of South African consumers. It doesn't resonate with, right? So yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what I aspire to be. But unfortunately, as I mentioned, these four pillars come crashing down. When one comes crashing down, it becomes difficult. I was in a situation around about 2018, 2019, where 6 staff members on the teaching a professional program went down to 2. And the 2, I was one of the 2, the other one became the HOD, so we became really incapacitated and I couldn't survive anymore. And also, what was mentioned, the social dynamics. I don't want to say I'm still a woman, but I still have desires to be a mother. And it's difficult as a female academic because you want to be the best mother, the best academic, the best wife, the best student, and unfortunately it becomes a bit tricky, right? So I went to my HOD, and the next person you always go to is MTRs and J. Dean, and I went to them and I said, guys, I need help, I need support. I want to finish my PhD, because at that stage I had already had quite a few publications. I was already supervising master students, so all I needed to be promoted was my PhD, which was, I think, the opposite with Sir Kokoba and I. I just needed my PhD, I just didn't have time for it, and you sort of leave that self-development for last, right? And I went to them and they presented me with this program, and it needed support from the DVC and the Dean and my HOD, and I must say I'm overwhelmed by the support that I received. It wasn't I had to convince them. They were open and they said, go for it. And I took 2 years, and at that stage I had an approved proposal, and I took 2 years from 2021 to 2022, which is motivation for application. 2021, 2022, I did my PhD. The first year in 2021, I focused on my literature and methodology. In 2022, I did data collection with 30 interview participants and wrote it up, and I graduated in April of this year with my PhD. And I also managed to continue with my postgraduate supervision of my honors and my master's students, but I also had a baby. So I was quite happy about that as well. Oh, thank you. Yeah. She has her own PhD too, because we did it together basically. Yeah, so that was one of my proudest outcome really, because I was unsuccessful. I tried before. I had the sabbatical, and having the sabbatical actually helped in that regard as well. So the NRF Bob experience, like Dr. Kobo.
You can be concluding as well, Dr. Kingswell.
Okay. Yes, as you mentioned, we really had a wonderful experience with all the support that we received from the Department of Research Capacity and Development and Research Management. And I think what I do want to conclude with is actually just advice and insights for emerging academics. build your networks. Even if it's not just a network, build relationships with people around you. You never know, you could help each other, you need each other, and also you actually just need that support to get you going. I forgot the other thing that I wanted to mention, but just stick to your purpose and remember why it is that you wanted to pursue that particular qualification. For me, it is because I wanted to be a good or one of the best teachers. And the only way you can do that is to remember that you're at an institution of higher learning, and you cannot be the best possible teacher if you don't have the best and highest possible qualification, because our role is to generate and disseminate that knowledge. So just make sure that you've got your support structure. Make sure that you use all of the support that you've got available. JDean is always providing training and so forth. So yeah, and that's my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And also to manage time, the two colleagues have said they are going to talk sitting and they are not using PowerPoint. They chose, I did not force them to do that, which is good. So I'm going to give to Dr. Matekenya and Mr. Shoba later on. Okay.
Good day, everyone. I'm going to be very short. Research has been my very passionate thing to do. However, because of the work that I was doing from where I was working, it didn't give me a lot of time or even a gap to actually start my research. So when I joined NMU, I registered immediately for my PhD. However, it actually drove me back to not having actually a time to do my research. I remember doing my proposal in December 2018, and I submitted in January, and it was approved in March. However, that was the last time I actually had time to actually look at my research. So that motivated me to actually apply for PAP, because also my application was very rushed. It was very short, not even detailed, thanks to Mr. Khan, who actually assisted as well, given also guidance on how to do a proper application so that I can even be successful in attaining this program. Also with the help of my HOD, who actually assisted me to actually put together a very good application. So I was successful, and I actually took the program 2020 as well as 2021. I finished my PhD and also graduated. I was so happy. And also, I actually able to attend conferences as well as publish some papers. Out of that, there are things that I've learned while I was doing my research. I've learned that I don't need to actually wait until I have time to do my research. In my busy schedule, I have learned two or three things, that while I'm actually working on something else, I can jot my ideas down, either my phone record as well as my diary, so that when I actually have time, I can actually compile those ideas without forgetting them. So that actually helped me a lot. Today, from 0 publication, I'm actually sitting on the 9th publication. One thing that I can encourage the early career academic and researchers, look, this is not an easy journey, and it can also be quite challenging. There's a lot of rejection. Rejection should be your stepping stone towards achieving what you want to achieve. Success is not easy, it's very hard, but it is achievable. So if you are persistent, consistent, doing research, you don't need to actually wait to start your chapters. While you are busy doing something else, those ideas, the idea of the research you want to do, put down those bits and pieces. So when you have time, you can compile together. That will give you a clear path of what you want to do. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yes, over to you, Mr. Shoba.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Mishi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very inspired. I'm very inspired colleagues, the work that you're doing. I am Muzi Shoba. I am from Development Studies Department. I joined NMU in 2021 during COVID in March. I joined as a junior lecturer, and then I was with the university from March until December, and then around December, my mentor told me about BAB program, and he said to me, you should apply for this program so that you are able to complete your PhD. So when the call came out, I think it came from Dr. Priscilla, I was one of the first people to respond and ask her how to apply. And she said, talk to Imtiaz. I talked to Imtiaz, and he helped me with the application. So we put together the application with my HOD, Prof. Mago, and my mentor, Professor Mtapuri from UKZN. We put the application. We got feedback from Mr. Khan, Mr. Imtiaz. We got feedback from him. We worked on the feedback to improve the application. We submitted. And then, yeah, we got feedback eventually in December that we were successful. So the goal was to attain a PhD, was to complete my PhD. It was already at an advanced stage at the time. So we needed 6 months to just do the final polishing, edits, add more juice there and there, and then submit for examination. So we were successful in doing that. We managed to complete the PhD. I think by end of February, we were already done with the PhD. We're just waiting for NRF to release funds so that we can take it out for language editing, which we managed to achieve in April. And then beginning of May, we submitted for examination. And recently, at the end of August, we got feedback. We've passed the PhD. And we are graduating next week on Wednesday at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, UKZN. So we will be graduating in style. We will be graduating in style because we will be graduating with 10 publications. And it is in style because we're going to receive the DVC award at UKZN. So, yeah, so my PhD has 9 chapters. My mentor said, every chapter we want a paper. Every chapter we want a paper. So we've managed to develop 5 papers from my PhD. 5 papers already published. They are out there, and then we managed to get 2 book chapters outside of my PhD now, and then other papers as well outside of my PhD. I see. I don't have enough time. He's already here. He's policing our conversation now. All right, cool. So my suggestion, colleagues, my suggestions to early career academics. So we are attending a program called ECAB. Program organized by Dr. Tony and Champ. One of our regular teachers there is our DVC for transformation, Professor Andrew Kidd. So in the last meeting we had with him, he told us, he gave us a warning to say, you should be very careful not to become teachers in the academy, but to become academics. Then he broke it down to say, this is what an academic is about. So he says you should at least have 2 publications per year, at least 1 conference, at least produce 1 or 2 students, the honors, masters, and the PhD level. So I will say to early career academics, during your PhD study, publish as many papers as you can. And if you're already graduated, you can develop papers from your PhD. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our colleagues. We are inspired and hope others also have been inspired. So here's what is happening. I think I'm the one who's standing between yourselves and food. However, wait. We've got our lovely presenters who have waited for us to finish because I think maybe you may have questions that you may be interested in. So all the networks that you presented, Nelson Mandela University is a member of those particular networks, and some of them actually pay membership fees. So it's always important that we actually participate, we take up the opportunities, we put in the hours to apply and engage. So if I'm going to open just for 1 or 2 questions for the presenters, there was SANOT, there was AAUN, there was GCUA, yes, questions and ACU. Do you have any questions for our presenters? They've been waiting for us to ask any questions. Of course, we will share the slides so that you can follow up. Oh, I think people are thinking about food. All right, then. So what then it leaves me to do is to thank our presenters who are online, virtual. Thank you so much for making time and agreeing to come and share your information with us. And also, I'd like to thank you also for being patient and not leaving the room empty, going for food. I'm so sorry I'm a bedtime manager, but I think it was worth it. Can you also give a round of applause to our presenters? Thank you. So lunch is served.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from your lunch break. I know I always have the big task of keeping people awake after lunch. So for those of you who haven't met me before, I'm Jessica Fraser. I'm a senior lecturer at the university's business school, which is in 2nd Avenue campus. So my role for today is to enlighten you a little bit, first and foremost, what is NGAP all about, and then to introduce our speaker, and then we also have a respondent that will be responding to the speech today. So if you want to work as an academic at business school, you have to have industry experience, which means from an academic perspective, we really struggle to recruit staff members because no one's going to leave their wonderful salary with all of their benefits and the car allowance and come and work at varsity. So in 2016, luckily for us, the Department of Higher Education and Training saw this big gap in the marketplace that you can't entice people away from industry, never mind even encouraging them to do a doctorate. And they introduced the NGAP, the New Generation of Academics program. So since the MBA program is very generic for a business school, we were also working towards introducing the Masters in Maritime Management. So if you've been here thinking this is Ocean Science Campus and we're only interested in what happens underneath the ocean, guess what? There's lots of things happening on top of the ocean too. So the reason why Operation Pakisa wanted to accelerate the economy is because they figured out there's a lot of money floating around in our oceans and going from one port to the next. And all of us just look at it and we say, oh, why are these ships parked out here? It's all part of an international, global economy that never sleeps. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Which is good for our economy because then they all pay tax, and then natural sciences and biological sciences have money for research of what goes on underneath the ocean. So we have to be part of the integrated system, isn't it? So our guest speaker for today is Dr. Nomta Hadi, who we had to look for with a sore heart. And in 2016, we found her. She has 2 master's degrees, which shows you she's overqualified. The one master's degree was in town and regional planning, which is why she could work for Nelson Mandela's Bay's municipality and also for the Western Provinces municipalities. And then her other degree comes from Stellenbosch University, Masters in Maritime Studies. So she's the best of both, just like bread. And in 2016, she joined the business school, although she has been previously involved with the development studies department as well, moonlighting and teaching. And then we decided that she needs to make that shift from car allowance to no car allowance. And at least it was at the business school, so it looked like it still could have money. But she'll tell you all about it, because even though you're this new generation of academic, it doesn't mean that you don't have pitfalls and obstacles along the way. And it's never plain sailing to do doctorate anyway. But she will be sharing a lot on her actual research PhD project, which is finding out the scenarios for the challenges in the oceans economy. Because everyone says we know about the oceans economy, but we don't actually know how to get into it, we don't know how to grow it, we don't know how to actively take part in it. This is what it's all about. Now, respondent is also the National Science, Women in Science winner, Professor Janine Adams. So we have a lot of brains on the stage today. And we hope that you will be learning a lot, after which we'll have Q&A session, and then you can grill us and put us on the hot seat, no problem. Without further ado, Dr. Nomta Hadi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to check if our clicker is working. As Dr. Fraser mentioned, my name is Nomta. So some people would ask, is it Nomtandazo? I tell them it's plain, simple, Nomta, straightforward, and my surname, 4 letters, H-A-D-I, or Hadi, as they would call me. Thank you so much for that introduction, and she does better in terms of keeping people awake than I do, but I'll do my best. I am the new generation. I'm the youngest in my department, so I'm supposed to be vibrant. I'm supposed to be live. I'm looking at the audience, and I see that we have many potential new generation of academics and professionals that can emerge out of this room. What is NGAP? Dr. Fraser has highlighted it from the DHET's perspective. Very key in terms of growing the success and succession plan in terms of when our older professors, no offense, Prof. Janine, but when the time comes for you to retire, I think the NGAP program is there to ensure that Johannes and myself will definitely promote the academic integrity, supervise the necessary research that's needed within our country, but also continue to improve on the academic standards that we have within our country, one of the best, if I say so myself. So I started my presentation. I know there is a title for the talk, but I do want to take you through my NGAP journey. As mentioned, it was not the easiest, not the smoothest of journeys. When I joined the institution, it was August 2016. I remember that day as if it was yesterday. There were 2 of us. So I was going to the Faculty of Business and Economic Sciences, and my colleague was going to Nautical Sciences for the engineering component there. And in 2016, when I joined, I thought, I've got 2 masters. I can do my PhD within the 5 years that's prescribed or recommended by DHET for NGAP scholars. And I thought, I'll sail smoothly. Little did I know what I was putting myself or signing myself up for. So in 2016, I arrive at the university and I find a supervisor. But my supervisor, unfortunately, she had a very strong research identity, if I can put it like that, or research folky. And we had back and forth in terms of trying to restructure my study in order for it to at least complement and fall within her research folky. Ultimately, mid-2017, we saw it's not working. So I said, no, not a problem, Prof. Thank you so much for the assistance, but I'll find an alternative supervisor. So there goes my research proposal formulation. I find a supervisor at my home department. So I'm like, yes, at least the business school did not only employ me, but they matched me with my ideal supervisor. And part of the NGAP program, which I want to share for those that definitely want to pursue the academic route, is the workload model that's designed for new academic professionals. And there's the 80-20 principle. So only 20% of teaching in the first 3 years and 80% research. So that was the perfect setup for myself. I knew it would accelerate my PhD, and part of also the exposure that I got under NGAP. I was only a few months in the university, and I had to join one of my colleagues on a Gothenburg teacher exchange program. So that was also quite interesting. It allowed me to meet with other international researchers that were like-minded, and we started exploring scenarios for SA's ocean economy. So very key for any academic is the exposure and the international collaboration that one can receive, and I was fortunate to receive it in my early academic career.
Fast forward to 2018, we do have some limitations, or let me rather say challenges, in terms of staffing within the university. So our research director had to go on sabbatical, and for my sins, I put my hand up. I said, please let me take over the reins and just ensure that our students get the needed supervisory support, but also just facilitating the admin processes towards ensuring that our students graduate on time. So 2018, as part of my NGAP journey, was the research within the business school, leading that unit, but also intensifying the activities around our new qualification. So as Dr. Fraser mentioned, I coordinate the Master of Maritime Management, and key for early academic programs is the engagements that's needed, completing those CHE and SACA ID processes. But there was a good learning experience. It has crafted the academic that I am now. So from academic qualifications right up until research supervision, that was quite good for growing an academic. I won't go through all the various milestones. I've shared them there briefly in terms of my NGAP journey, but fast forward to 2022, it was 6 years that I was in the NGAP program, and having graduated from my PhD and having met all the academic, professional, or emerging academic areas, I then left the program. I must say, though, that being within the institution and still having other colleagues in the NGAP program, there are still platforms where we meet for research collaboration. There's also funding calls that are still tied or linked to NGAP. So that's a great opportunity that I would share with everyone that would consider an academic profession. There is the NGAP. I'm not sure when the next call from DHE will come in terms of NGAP posts or positions being available. But for those of you that definitely want to pursue the academic route, that is something worth considering. And as Dr. Fraser mentioned, I do miss my car allowance. I do miss some of the perks I had within my previous positions, but I must say this journey in terms of international collaboration, in terms of research and building your own research profile, but also in terms of tapping into other international funding schemes. The NGAP journey has been a tremendous journey that I've experienced, and I wouldn't have changed it for anything in this world, Dr. Fraser. And then last but not least, I must share that I'm currently within CMR, Coastal and Marine Research Institute. That's why I had this poster. I am also marketing a little bit. So those of you that haven't been to the CMR stall, there is definitely exhibitions happening there. Why am I highlighting CMR in my NGAP journey and in the opening presentation is because the university made a decision to be the lead institution, not only in South Africa, but within the continent in terms of promoting trans and multidisciplinary research with a key focus on ocean sciences. So CMR is the institute that houses all faculties within the institute. So all researchers, academics, and students that are linked to the ocean sciences can go on the CMR website, just find out what it is that we do. We house 6 research chairs. Prof. Janine is one of the research chairs within CMR. There's also a chair that looks at food security, ocean governance, etc. So CMR is the lead institute in terms of promoting trans and multidisciplinary ocean science-related research. So those of you that are keen, you definitely can speak to Tara or visit that stall. With that said, though, do visit all the other stalls because we are very interlinked and we collaborate a lot within NMU. So my discussion today looks at Ocean Decade challenges. We are in the last decades of the SDG, and what UNESCO did, they drafted an Ocean Decade challenges and a roadmap specifically for Africa, and I'm going to go into that shortly. But what I do want to cite with the SDG dashboard for South Africa, I will not go through all the 17 SDGs. I'll just highlight the dashboards that are very closely linked to the ocean or the maritime space. So you'll note that we've got SDG 14, life below the sea. And looking at our performance, so these arrows next to the various SDGs indicate the progress that is being made. So you'll see here the first indicator, or the icon, the green arrow, it means that all countries or the country or specific region is on track in terms of maintaining SDG achievement. Unfortunately, as a country, we don't have any of the 17 SDGs where we are sitting on the green arrow. What I do want to highlight, though, is that for SDG 14, as a country, we are regarded as being moderately improving. So it's a sign of hope. It shows us that as a country, there's definitely something that we are doing in the right direction. So SDG 14 is key for life below the sea, but we do know that the activities that Dr. Fraser mentioned in terms of international shipping, recreational activities that we do within the ocean can also impact the ecosystems that are below the sea. So this this orange arrow is also a significant indicator in terms of the research that South Africa as a country has around the ocean economy. So that's the first SDG. The other SDG that I would like to highlight is the education SDG, SDG number 4, quality education. We are in an institute of higher learning. Unfortunately, as a country, you'd note there's the red arrow pointing in a downward or a decline direction. So what that means is that from a quality
Recording in progress.
From a quality education perspective, the country is definitely in a red zone or in a problematic area, and we can attribute that to the quality of education within foundational phase. We do know that there's been a significant decrease in terms of number of children that enter the primary school and a reduction in terms of those that exit the primary or the early school years. There's also the challenge around a shrinking or financial challenges that have been attributed to the quality of education. But with that said, I stand here today as an NGAP graduate, as a sign of hope, to show that going forward, that downward spiral or the arrow that's facing down can definitely be turned around. What I do want to highlight with the SDG index rank is last year, this is for 2023 interim results. For 2022, we were sitting at number 106 out of 166. So we definitely have dropped down 4 places. It is a concern, and we trust that within this last decade that we as a country have in terms of improving on these interlinked and interrelated SDGs, that ranking there will improve going forward. I won't go through the South African provinces population. I'll just highlight that for the Eastern Cape, we do have a young population. We're sitting at 6.5 million, and it is mentioned from Stats SA that more than 60% of that 6.5 is young people between the ages of 4 up until 25. So there is significant opportunities also in terms of not only achieving the SDGs, but also looking at what is it that this young population can do to promote sustainability within our country. This next slide, moving closer to SDG 14, looks at the ocean sciences capabilities that we have within NMU. So as I've mentioned, CMR is a key institute that promotes the trans and multidisciplinary. With that said, though, there are 7 faculties within the university, and all these faculties do have an ocean focus or element within their teaching, research, and engagement initiatives. So here, we've got ocean cultures and heritage. I do see one of Prof. Boswell's postdoc in the room. So that is a key area that institutionally as NMU, we made a decision that we will promote ocean cultures and heritage. I'll just briefly randomly go to climate and global change is a key institutional ocean sciences capability that we have. We have one of the most researched bays in the world, the Algoa Bay. Research spans just over 40 years in the bay, making it ideal not only for researchers and investors, but it's also ideal in terms of understanding what are the challenges, what are the global patterns, and what is it that we can proactively do to promote sustainability in terms of global change and the climate effects that we are experiencing in our modern time. And then last but not least, we have ocean resources. Ocean resources is another key institutional capability. We have under CMR and also within other faculties, mainly Faculty of Business and Economic Sciences, Faculty of Sciences, but also Faculty of Engineering. Looking at ocean resources, quite key under that capability is the notion of valuing the ocean resources, both living and non-living resources that we can find within our ocean. But what's also key in terms of the ocean resources is how do we optimally and sustainably make use of those resources. And right at the bottom, I do want to remind you of SDG 14, and key to that is conserving and sustainably using the oceans and marine resources that we have. So that's very key for SDG 14 and sustainability, and we as NMU in terms of those capabilities and areas, we are all working towards that. I was tempted to ask a question, but I won't pretend as if we're in a class. I do want to briefly share ocean economy. I know some people say this is the buzzword of today. Some say it's the 10th province in terms of development. But I want to draw you to what the economic intelligence highlights as components of the ocean's economy. So first and foremost, in terms of understanding or unpacking what the ocean economy encompasses, we're looking at animate and inanimate resources. So put simply, harvesting of living and non-living resources. We do know that South Africa has a coastline of close to 3.9 thousand kilometers, and quite key to our ocean stretch or the size of our coastline is the notion of sustaining livelihoods within coastal or rural coastal communities. So with identifying or defining ocean economy, the harvesting of living and non-living resources is key. Sorry if I'm hiding behind the screen, that's not the intention. I'm just trying to keep this mic stable. So The second component of the ocean's economy is your new resources, such as energy and fresh water. We do know that Gqeberha, or our region has had challenges around fresh water. We are a drought-stricken area. It is linked to some of the climate change actions that we see. And very key for the ocean economy is that provision for new resources that can sustain communities or livelihoods. What is also key with the energy is, I'm not sure if most of you have been following the green hydrogen energy initiatives happening. We do boast the 2 ports in the country, or being the city with being the only city with 2 ports. So we do boast that, and very key for NMB's ocean economy is making use of our green port, the Port of Ngqura, to not only generate, but to also trade, transport, and promote alternative energy or green hydrogen energy as an example. The third component of the ocean economy is trade and commerce. I will not go through detailed description of what trade and commerce is, but we all are aware that we are mainly an importing nation. So most of the commodities or goods that we receive in the country have to come via our ports, hence the strong focus and the reliance on trade and commerce around the ocean. There are other trade and commerce aspects or activities that we can highlight, but I'll just stick to the exchange or the transportation of goods. Last but not least, we have the health and protection management. So very key from an ocean economy perspective is the health benefits that we get from the ocean, not only in terms of aesthetic benefits, just viewing the ocean, relaxation, or not really, like relaxation actually, aspects, but there's also medicinal purposes that we get from our ocean. And then there's also protection management that's quite key from the ocean perspective. And with protection management there, I will not go through the defense space, but the protection management in terms of just climate regulation, which can be a protection management perspective, but also in terms of protecting the residences or areas developed along our coastline. So that is ocean economy at a glance. I do want to go back in terms of valuation or projected growth within the ocean space, and this is now global valuation. OECD in 2016 anticipated growth within the ocean's economy to increase specifically between 2010 and 2030. So the valuation or the growth prospects is forecasted to be at $3 trillion in 2030. So we can also link to the opportunities and activities that can happen within our ocean space in a sustainable manner. Coming closer to home, South Africa's ocean economy. I'm certain that most of you are aware of Operation Phakisa. If you are not, our government in 2014 made a key commitment to grow South Africa's ocean economy. So under Operation Phakisa, there are key labs or laboratory that were established, and these labs looked at growing South Africa's ocean economy as per the industries highlighted. The first one is marine and transport manufacturing. So South Africa is not commercial or a big ship building nation, but we are a key leader in terms of leisure, small boat crafts within the continent, and we also provide such leisure or recreational yachts to the rest of the world. So from a marine and transport manufacturing, a decision was made to grow South Africa's not only its capabilities, but also in terms of resources and promoting better trade with the rest of the world around those vessels or leisure or recreational boats. The next key sector as part of South Africa's ocean economy is your offshore oil and gas exploration. And with your offshore oil and gas exploration, we're looking at how can we identify the reserves within our coastal areas or within our EEZ, exclusive economy, and how we can once again trade that oil and gas, or alternatively also make use of the oil and gas explored within our spaces or our economic zone to facilitate trade, businesses, and also sustain livelihoods or residences within the country. The third key industry is fisheries and aquaculture. So from a fisheries perspective, I'll just come closer to Nelson Mandela Bay. We do have one of the key species or commodity that is only found in Algoa Bay in terms of that fishery commodity, squid. So very key for us is maintaining and preserving our squid industry and the stocks within the ocean, and that can ensure that we have a sustainable fisheries sector. There's also aquaculture. If I can maybe cite key species that are farmed from an aquaculture perspective, specifically in the region, we're looking at tilapia as one of the key example that is farmed in our region. Small harbor development, not specifically in Nelson Mandela Bay, but there are key initiatives in Port St. John's and also looking into Jeffreys Bay in terms of expanding and just maintaining the small harbors within those areas. Second last, coastal and marine tourism. I noted my colleague from coastal and marine tourism. Okay, I think she's left. But also quite key for coastal and marine tourism is the promotion of our blue flag beaches that we have within South Africa, but also other sporting and recreational activities that happen within our ocean space. Last but not least, it would make no sense for us to have all these resources and thriving industries and not have good governance structures or systems in place, and also protect the activities and the resources that we as a country have. So under Operation Phakisa, what is also key is marine protection services and governance. And when Operation Phakisa was introduced in 2014, it was highlighted that Operation Phakisa will attract, once again, more than 50 billion in terms of growing the industry. And if my numbers are not failing me, I think there were plus or minus 30,000 direct and indirect jobs that were anticipated to be created or developed under the ocean sector. Fast forward to 2020, just looking at how Operation Phakisa has performed, 40.8 billion investments has been accrued and 7.4 jobs, direct jobs, have been created. So looking at how the strategy and the initiatives have done over the past 4 years, you can see that it is definitely an area that can grow and can promote investment and job opportunities for South Africans and other people. So once again, human aspirations, just linking or summarizing Operation Phakisa, are very key, and economic growth is also exerting pressure on already estranged marine ecosystems. So Operation Pakisa, as highlighted, governance and marine protection is key, and that's one element that Operation Pakisa also looks into. Hence, you'll see that from a marine governance perspective, there's an increased or a need to promote and gazette more marine protected areas in protecting our spaces, and there's a quest and accelerated initiatives to promote sustainable use through awareness, education, and various or continuous engagements. So linking the background that I've shared in terms of ocean economy components, looking at South Africa's ocean economy, I want to draw your attention to the Ocean Decade challenges that have been identified and confirmed for Africa as a region. So what the Ocean Decade challenges does, it is a multi or transdisciplinary initiative that involves all African coastal states, even the small islands within our continent. And what this Ocean Decade initiatives focus on, it looks at the ocean we have and mapping it and identifying the ocean that we want. So this is a document that UNESCO drafted in 2022, and key decade objectives that have been identified is identifying required knowledge for sustainable development. So that is the first decade objective, and I can safely say I'm not selling the Mandela brand, or I'm not buying any faces here, but looking at knowledge for sustainable development, as the university, we definitely are doing our best to promote and contribute towards that knowledge that's needed. The second objective under the Ocean Decade is the notion of comprehensive knowledge and understanding the ocean. What I want to highlight under this decade objective is the promotion and the incorporation of indigenous knowledge systems. We do know that when we speak of comprehensive knowledge, we don't only refer to scientific research or scientific knowledge, but we look at how do we bridge the gap between scientific and the indigenous knowledge systems that exist. And then last but not least, the decade document also wants to increase the use of ocean knowledge. Hence, we have initiatives such as research weeks within institutions, there's publications that researchers do, and there's also engagement activities that we, as researchers, universities, and other role players do, so that we promote this increased use of the ocean knowledge that we generate, but also that we publish. I do want to also just highlight the decade challenges for the continent. There's the first one that is around marine pollution. So we do know that from an oceans economy development perspective, the pollution that is happening within our ocean or marine space is becoming a concern. Not only is it land-based pollution, but we're also looking at pollution from activities happening at sea. So that's the first challenge or decade challenge. The second challenge also looks at the protection of and restoration of ecosystems and biodiversity. I made the example with the previous slide that we've got ocean governance as a key aspect area of our South African's ocean economy, and under ocean governance or protection is the notion of marine protected areas. There is a clear target to have 30% of the ocean spaces declared, or 30% of our land area declared as marine protected areas. And that target is 30 by 30, so 30% by the year 2030. And looking at where we are in terms of the marine protected areas, we are not even at 15%, which leaves us, I think, 6 more years before 2030. So that's definitely a key decade challenge, and we trust that in terms of not only MPA, there's also ocean management approaches that can be, or large ocean management protection and restoration options that we can tap and explore. I want to just highlight decade challenge number 6. I will not go through all the 10 decade challenges that have been identified. Decade challenge number 6 looks at increased community resilience to ocean hazards. I don't want to say this, but sometimes I like saying, fortunately for South Africa, we do have structures that can act as a buffer or protection when ocean hazards happen, but also because of our climatic conditions, we are not susceptible or very prone to storms, etc., which could once again destroy communities. However, with the climate change, we are noticing unprecedented weather patterns. We've seen, without going to the KZN floods examples, I recall when I came to PE, there was also a large storm that almost flooded Strand Street. So once again, the Decade Challenge looks at how do we increase community resilience to ocean hazards, and with the objectives that are looking at how we use ocean knowledge as an example, that is definitely a way of increasing community resilience, because ultimately the activities and the structures that we build within our coastal line or coastal areas can make us vulnerable to such ocean hazards. But with clear knowledge and use of ocean research, we can mitigate or omit such. And then the last Ocean Decade Challenge that I want to highlight is change humanity's relationship with the ocean. So that's a key decade challenge. I speak for myself as someone coming from Queenstown and having grown up in Gauteng. I never saw any relation with the ocean. I think the fondest or a memory that I have in relating with the ocean was us fishing in a lake in Benoni. So that was the only relationship that I had, not even connecting the trade patterns that happen within our country, but also not even connecting it to land-based waste and activities that we do within our households that are affecting the ocean environment. So once again, humanity's relationship with the ocean can definitely improve, and it needs to improve. But then there's also those communities or those people that maybe didn't grow up inland like I did. You'll find that there is no clear understanding of ocean ecosystems. I'll take an example, maybe riptide. Some of us would see a sign that would say, don't swim here, riptide area, but would disregard that because we have no clear understanding or having a relationship with the ocean. And that's a key decade challenge. There's also issues of dumping that happens within the ocean spaces. So how we change that relationship is key for the ocean decade. And then from the Ocean Decade challenges and the action framework, what I want to highlight are key, 7 outcomes that have been identified. So the first one, in terms of the ocean that we want going forward, is a clean ocean, reducing pollution, land-based and other marine pollution activities that we exert on the ocean space. The other key outcome from this or from the decade framework is a productive ocean. So we do understand that ocean ecosystems are very complex and they are very interrelated. So how can we promote a productive ocean? First of all, understanding how, let's say, estuaries relate and complement the ocean space is maybe an example. We do know that, as an example, I'm not buying face Janine, estuaries are key in terms of nurseries for fish or species, marine species. So understanding that when species are nurturing within a specific area, do not disturb or interrupt that growth process that these species go under. So that's very key in terms of promoting and ensuring a productive ocean. And then the last outcome is an inspiring and an engaging ocean, and then also an accessible ocean. So those are key outcomes that the Ocean Decade highlights, and that is all underpinned by promoting and ensuring that the science we need will respond and assist in terms of achieving these ocean outcomes. So, in terms of exploring scenarios for South Africa's ocean economy, because of the time, I will not go through all the 6 steps that were followed in my PhD research, but my interest on the ocean economy stemmed from not only the challenges that have been highlighted. We do know that growth is key for any country. That was another reason why I became specifically interested in the ocean space, wanting to understand the growth prospects that the ocean can present for South Africa, specifically in our 3,800 kilometer line. So what my research then looked into from Operation Phakisa was explorative scenarios. So as suggested, these are just exploring what prospects and what key initiatives do we need to promote and implement as a country if we want to have sustainable ocean economic growth and exceed those targets that have been highlighted under Operation Phakisa. So in developing these scenarios, I looked at key megatrends for South Africa's ocean economy. They were definitely linked to the OECD trends that were highlighted for ocean economic growth. And 6 of the megatrends that were highlighted, I'll only highlight 3. The first megatrend was looking at ocean energy that can sustain livelihoods for South Africa. As mentioned earlier on, alternative or renewable energy is definitely key and what is needed in growing South Africa. And from the ocean space, we've got tidal, we've got wave, and we've got also hydrogen or other renewable energies that we can promote. There was a research that was conducted in 2014, specifically looking at those energy prospects from the ocean, tidal, wave, and hydrogen. And key from that research was confirmation that our wavelength and other ocean dynamics will not make it lucrative or does not yield a good business case for South Africa to explore wave energy. So, but in terms of wind, offshore wind, and also other energy, i.e. hydrogen, can be explored in terms of our ocean space. So that was the first megatrend, renewable or alternative energies from the oceans economy. The second megatrend, which is also quite close to my heart, was looking at gender equality and the inclusion of women and youth in ocean economy development. So that was a key trend that is important for us as a country. And what that key trend looked at was also the demographics in terms of population demographics in South Africa, looking at the 56%, female or woman composition that we have, but it also looked at the youth in terms of understanding and engaging and understanding our ocean ecosystems better. So with that understanding, the hope is that more sustainable initiatives would be promoted for women and youth within the ocean space. And then the last megatrend that I want to highlight is the notion of diseases. Not latching on the COVID outbreak, but key to diseases and understanding of diseases is what the ocean space can promote or can provide in medicinal benefits. There's also diseases that spread as a result of not only invasive species, but as a result of ocean activities. So disease management was a key trend, looking at how can oceans promote and assist in terms of disease management. And then the third aspect that I want to highlight from how these scenarios were developed was broadening the future through alternative scenarios and an integrated vision. So the PhD also looked at an integrated vision for South Africa's ocean economy. What is the preferred scenario as identified by the respondents, not by me, ladies and gentlemen? So the respondents identified the first quadrant. I must say these were stubbornly optimistic respondents, and looking at our SDG trend, which signifies that there are great strides and progress being made. I think my respondents were linking and aligned with that trend. So the first quadrant is where we would have an innovative ocean industry coupled and underpinned by socio-ecological resilience. So in terms of that quadrant, both these key metrics would be positive. So scenario one for South Africa is that we will have a resilient ocean economy characterized by improved socio-economic standards. So looking at our education or quality of education, the inclusion of women, young or youth, and also partnerships around ocean industries and ocean investment initiatives. So that is the preferred scenario. Is it a possible scenario to achieve? Yes, it definitely is. With the Ocean Decade challenges that we've highlighted, but also the outcomes, this is a scenario that can happen. It needs to just be underpinned by a clear and an inclusive vision. So once again, what the study then looked at was a vision for SA's ocean economy. I must say though, I would have failed as a strategy guru within an organization because this vision has not been well communicated as yet. But the vision was once again to promote a resilient ocean economy for South Africa, underpinned by innovation and socio-ecological principles. And key to having a vision is having a strategy that supports the vision. So not only an institutional, but also an operational strategy. And then last but not least, plans for implementation. And why I brought or I incorporated the Ocean Decade Challenges is because the decade actions can provide the plans that are needed for implementation. I do want to say that we already also have existing plans, whether it's within Oceans and Coasts, within the Department of Environment, or whether it is the Comprehensive Maritime Plan. So we do have clear plans that are supporting this resilient ocean economy underpinned by innovation. And then last but not least, I do want to bring in ESG in terms of the vision. We do know that very key for any sustainable industry is having good investments and education in place. So this economic aspect is also quite key in responding and achieving the innovation that's needed, so economic. The second aspect is the social aspect, so looking at policy partnerships, but also that connection that I highlighted earlier on in terms of humans or communities having a connection with the ocean. And then last but not least, from a governance perspective, collaborative relationships between ocean economy role players is quite key. We do know that from a South African perspective, we've got quite a number of departments and role players that are leading ocean economic growth, research within the ocean space, or innovations that will propel our ocean economic forward. But in terms of the coordination and, once again, promoting better relationships within these entities, role players, and individuals, that is definitely an area that can be improved upon as a country. I'll stop there and thank you all for an ear in this, what do you call this? The graveyard shift. And I'm looking at all of you, likely you survived it.
Afternoon, everybody. So I'm respondent. I'm Janine Adams. I'm here at Nelson Mandela University. And thank you very much to Dr. Nomtahadi for that excellent presentation and for the invite to be here. So I'm a natural scientist, and I feel honored to sit next to my two business school colleagues. So I work on coastal ecosystems. I'm Deputy Director of the Institute for Coastal and Marine Research, and I work on the conservation and management of coastal ecosystems. So if I show some of that bias, that is just to tell you where I'm coming from. Okay, so we can ask, Nomta has shown us very clearly, we have a structure, we have an ocean decade framework, and how can we use that as a country to provide structure for moving forward? To what extent does the ocean decade provide a global framework to help generate solutions in our own country? Should we be adopting this? How quickly should we be moving forward? And as an academic, I suppose in my response, I want to identify some of the training, some of the skills that we are needed for implementation. So yes, the Ocean Decade Strategy provides an excellent framework, but as with everything in our country, we need implementation. And in order to have implementation, we need to have training, capacity, skills development. So there is an opportunity for transdisciplinary approaches. We need to treat our coastal ecosystems, our marine ecosystem, our ocean as a socio-ecological system, because we can't have the goods and services, we can't have marine fishery production if we don't have a healthy ocean, if we've polluted it. So we have to think as everything in a kind of a circular way, that one aspect will influence another. So should we be achieving one sustainable development goal over the other? They are all interconnected. But yes, we're looking at now life below water. So what is being done in our country? We have this excellent framework. In Africa, there's a lot of initiatives that we can capitalize on for this implementation of the Ocean Decade. And if we look at the decade outcomes and ask, well, what should we be prioritizing as a country? It is very difficult. We are an ocean country. We sit at the southern tip of Africa. I always say, oh, thank you for this beautiful natural environment that we've got. I work on ecosystems from the Orange River mouth up to Cozy. We have these biogeographic zones, this huge 3,000 kilometer coastline and surrounding ocean where we have different patterns, different gradients, different people. So it is indeed a complex socio-ecological system approach that we need to use for implementation of the ocean decade. So in terms of the outcomes, do we want a clean ocean, a healthy and resilient ocean, a productive ocean, a predicted ocean, a safe ocean, an accessible ocean, an inspiring and engaging ocean? Could you choose and prioritize? Or aren't they all interlinked? And we want all of those. And we should aspire for all of those. We should develop our skills, our capacity building, and our training to address all of those. So we sit here today as one natural scientist and two business school associates. We sit here in this beautiful space of our Ocean Science campus. This was developed so that we could work together across disciplines, so that we could do transdisciplinary research. But the challenge is still to get that implemented. Even here on campus, some of you, you're all training in your disciplines. You may be undergraduate students or postgraduates doing honors. When do you actually embrace transdisciplinary research? So we as supervisors need to provide those opportunities of working together. And on our own faculties here within Nelson Mandela University, we do provide some of these opportunities. So a clean ocean. Is our ocean clean? Do you feel safe when you want to go into Algoa Bay to swim? I've just come back from Durban. I spent the night on the Durban beachfront on Friday. There, the water is so polluted now, and it's not always monitored and measured and communicated, that it's now affecting some of the other activities. It's affecting recreation. It's affecting human health. It's affecting the tourism industry. So we need a healthy ocean, means healthy people, means a healthy economy. We have to look after our ecosystems. A productive ocean. Without a healthy ocean, we can't have fisheries production. Do you know that some of our recreational lionfish are less than 1% of their population size? And we struggle here in South Africa to initiate a night ban on fishing, so to protect some of those stocks, to say to people, don't go out and fish at night, because we want that population to grow to something that we can utilize. So we need people who can negotiate, who can go into conflict situations, and produce sustainable outcomes and decisions. And I hope all of you here, you're the next generation that we're looking towards to do that. An accessible and inspiring and engaging ocean. I think we want that. That's one of the decade outcomes. We want to embrace all of those for our own country. But the question can be asked, what has been done in terms of capacity development? And I think anything that's been done can be scaled up. In order to be scaled up, though, we need finance, political will, and we need people. We need resources. So that's where we need to put our energy into. What do we have? And I think we saw the SDGs, life below water, was growing. Even our own university, we came out quite high when it was looked at what are we doing. But of course, there's opportunities to do more. So in terms of research and outputs, we now have the NRF Centers of Excellence and research chairs. And these are just providing opportunities for more postgraduate training and for transdisciplinary research. We have short learning programs. In this very venue, a month ago, we did an estuary management course. At that course, we had the national department, we had provincial departments, NGOs, conservancies, local authorities, and postgraduate students, all working and interacting with one another. And we have to provide the space to have these conversations in non-threatening environments where we can solve complex socio-ecological problems and find approaches to address these ocean decade challenges. We have international collaboration. So yes, just as we see how NGAP has provided a very nice example of growing NOMTA, we need many more NOMTAs. And how do we do that? Through international exchanges. I think part of your journey was being exposed to international opportunities. We have many of those out there, and you need to embrace them if many of you are on the postgraduate stage. Be brave enough to go and spend 6 months of your degree overseas and learn from others so that we can come back here to also grow new expertise. We heard from Nomta that her supervisor wasn't aligned with her interests. And that's because in some cases we need to develop new skills and expertise. So we have to step out of our comfort zone to embrace those challenges. So the Ocean Decade in Africa does have a focus on young and emerging ocean professionals, and there are opportunities there. I'm not going to mention all of them, but there's certainly a lot being done in Africa if any of you are interested to seize those opportunities. So thank you. That is my little bit of response, and I hope with not too much of a bias as a coastal ecosystem expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Janine and Dr. Hardy. Shall we have some questions from the floor, please? Yes, sir. Do you need a microphone?
Thanks very much. My name is Mandela from Chemistry Department. Thanks just because you have mentioned the pollution. As you know that a single-use plastic product are the major pollutants in our oceans. So, and then the degradation of plastic, it can take more than 10 years in an ocean, you know. So my question is, do you have any, you know, a proper plan, you know, to deal with the plastic product that are the major pollutants within the ocean? And do you have any research development, maybe a student that focus on that area? Thanks very much.
Okay, can we just have another question? Please introduce yourself and what's your area of interest?
My name is Oba Geng, Faculty of Law. I was listening to Dr. Hardy, and thank you for the very interesting presentation. And I was thinking about the shell cases, and I was thinking about what you were saying, the Operation Pakisa in oil and gas exploration and the target there. And then I listened to you discuss the decade challenges from the UN. And then your study went from oil and gas and more clean energy. I don't know if that was intentional, or you don't think that the vision by Operation Pakisa to grow the economy using oil and gas is sustainable going forward. That's why you, I don't know, opted to just focus on cleaner energy as a way to grow the economy. I don't know if that was like intentional on your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is based on the pollution. So Dr. Hardy mentioned the decade challenges, where she mentioned the activities that are happening at sea. They tend to pollute the water. So in this case, I will mention the ship-to-ship bunkering. It causes the oil spills. For example, I think it was in April last year, there was an oil spill that happened here at Algoa Bay. So it affected a lot of penguins, the African penguins, because remember already with the colony, we are left with less than 1% of the original population. So now, do you perhaps foresee a future, a permanent solution in the future that could assist or mitigate this challenge of oil spills? Because I remember with environmentalists and also local people, we did had a petition asking SAMSA to let them not operate until they come up with a feasible or tangible solution. So do you perhaps see like a permanent solution in the future? Thank you.
Okay, we'll just quickly deal with the 3 questions, ma'am, if you don't mind. I'll deal with the plastic one first, if it's okay with you. So Mandela, thank you very much for your question. Business School has just come back from Norway, where we were participating in the Plastics Out of the Ocean competition. we have my own doctoral student who's focusing on sustainable packaging for fresh produce. And this call was opened last year for anyone in South Africa to participate from a university perspective, to team up with Norwegian students, master's and doctoral level students. The project was funded by the Retailers Association's Environmental Fund of Norway. You know, when we buy plastic at a shop, they charge us money for it. And in our South African context, the retailers actually just make profit. So the Norwegians actually take some of that money and they sponsored this research project. Okay? So I'm happy to report that the business school actually won the competition. Because we were focusing on this deposit system, that we should actually make it easier for South Africans to start recycling. The whole aim of using less plastic is still a socio-economic issue as well, because first and foremost in the South African context, people don't want to pay for a reusable paper bag because it's just more expensive. And on top of it, sometimes it's not user-friendly for if you have to walk a long distance with your groceries. So the plastic pollution problem with bottles in the ocean, when it comes down the river into the ocean, that we found out in Norwegian context with the tides and the streams going, they actually don't even have their own pollution, they have pollution coming from other countries also. Okay, so in the South African context, we have Coca-Cola doing the deposit system. We now have Spar and Woolworths actually having this reverse vending machine where you just put the barcode on top and then you get vouchers for airtime and things like that. So we won 100,000 Norwegian kroner to continue the research project so that we can make sure that both inland and at coastal regions, we can encourage the South African population to see the value of plastic as a returnable into the supply chain system on that circular economy. Okay. So Obakeng's question on law was oil and gas, and then we have the question about the penguins, if you would like to take that one. Not?
Thank you so much for those questions. I'll start with adding, I see Mandla is leaving the room. Mandla, don't leave the room yet. No. On pollution, plastics pollution specifically, I won't disregard what Dr. Fraser has mentioned, but we do know that there are also other forms of plastic besides packaging or carrying, or mainly just to carry our groceries and stuff with. But there's also microplastics that we tend to omit. Looking at that impact that they have, we don't currently have research happening within that space, but it is a challenge. Back to you, chemistry department. If you can also maybe assist us in terms of observing and working with other institutes or divisions housed within CMR, just also getting a better understanding of those microplastics that are also polluting our ocean spaces. Okay, so Sustainable Seas Trust is another name that's been dropped. I'm sure you guys, most of you are aware of what they're doing. We also do have research fellows within CMR that are also looking at marine pollution. Single-use plastic was also looked into. But what I can share, we met up with DHL, also asking them around their DHL. They're very big on packaging in terms of, we do know e-commerce is on the growth. More people are delivering stuff from online, they packaged, and the micron or the plastic that they use was a key challenge. And as one of the biggest logistics company, DHL is on an aggressive sustainability drive, and they're looking at doing away with plastic as protective packaging. So maybe that's a good positive just to share. Saimi, sorry, I didn't get the name. Ship to ship bunkering activities. There's definitely a future where such incidents or accidents can be reduced. We've got MAPOL, Marine Pollution Prevention Convention, which is quite key for us as a country, but also for any role player that is doing trade via or through the ocean space. So what MAPOL is looking into is also promoting decarbonization in terms of reducing spillages or the use of oil or diesel, and the move is to more LPG and LNG fuel sources or energy sources for shipping. We do know that will definitely take some time. 2050 is when some of these key legislations will be enacted, but going up to 2050, I do see an opportunity or initiatives that our ports who are responsible for monitoring, along with SAMSA, the bunker to bunker or the ship to ship oil or refueling activities. So with them said, they're also looking at having more enforcement and promoting the safety, equipment, and education and awareness that's needed when these bunkering activities happen. So I do foresee a future where we can reduce the oil spillage. What we need to be cognizant of, though, is the capacity that we as a country have. So in terms of anchorage space or anchorage space within the ports, how do we ensure that there's sufficient dedicated anchorage, but there's also resources and capabilities that can ensure that no spillages happen. Last but not least, Obakeng, yes, I was intentional with the move to greener or renewable energies. You mentioned shale gas as an example, or shale gas as an alternative. Sorry? The shell cases, okay, sorry. Shell cases, okay, I'll give over to Dr. Fraser just to expand more. But for my research, LPG and LNG are quite key in terms of the future fuels and energy resources that can be used not only for vessels, but also for households, as we've seen now with the increase on greener energy initiatives and plants being put up. So thank you.
Okay, maybe just to give some clarity from the oil and gas perspective, South Africans themselves actually only have Petro SA and Sasol. Okay, and Petro SA we know has run out of gas, and Sasol is doing coal to fuel or gas to fuel. So the problem, politically speaking, because this is the pestle environment that we're involved with, the licensing for exploration of oil and gas actually belongs to other countries off our shores. So by all means, go and join the petition because Shell is not local. Shell comes from the Netherlands. BP comes from British Petroleum. So I can understand the outrage. On the other side of the coin, though, I have to ask, are you all driving electric cars? Are you on a bicycle? Do you stop and ask the taxi, are you running a renewable fuel before I get into your taxi? So this question is not going to be solved overnight. And it's very easy to say, yes, it's just business. But we are trying to get the businesses to also listen, including the Norwegians, Equinor, needing to think before they even launch any exploration activities. So again, it's a political issue, it's a licensing issue, it's not something that we overturn overnight. Okay? Can I move on to the next question, please, before we move on? It's 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions, 4 questions. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, thank you, Dr. Hadi, for the presentation. I'm Sharon Harvey. I'm with Ocean Cultures and Heritage. specialization in Indigenous First Nations people. My question is to the last point on social facilitation of sustainable ocean economy development that is facilitated through policy. Now, Dr. Adi, you spoke about a 30% MPAs, and we halfway of the 30% of the MPAs. Now, MPAs for who? When there are trawlers at night on the ocean, taking like all the fish, and then that in turn impacts on the small scale fishers. So that sustainable ocean economy and the protection of the MPA areas for who? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Nehemiah Latola from, I'm also a natural scientist from science. And while sitting here, well, it's always doom and gloom when engaging the oceans on governance and policy and who's going to make the Norwegians listen. It takes me back to the quote, to the popular quote in revolutions, eat the rich, but this is not the platform all the time. I'm sitting here and my head is just teeming with ideas, and I'm sure all the young researchers in the room are also teeming with ideas that are coming up based on your presentations about the roadmap and what is currently happening. Is there any advice maybe for young academics and potential PhD students who want to join your groups on how they can get involved, how they can apply for funding or get re-supervised?
Thank you so much. Victor from the physics department again. I think my question kind of flows directly from his. I hear a lot of stuff here, and I'm just realizing how a lot of the research happening in isolation. So for instance, I know of two research in the chemistry department, two researchers, PhD students, working on microplastics. And then, you don't see that collaboration with the guys in the ocean sciences. And even for myself, I did work with the bioplastic during my PhD and so on. And I did enter for the 2020 cohort of the SANO research stuff, but like I never got any kind of direct, I don't know, like partnership with the ocean sciences campus. So there's a lot of this research happening on this side that would really blend in with the whole idea of the trans or interdisciplinary research that is just happening in isolation. So what is the effort? Because at this point, I would say I've not really seen anything from our department side. I'm not trying to slander my department, but I've not really seen anything. But then since we're here, then how are you guys advertising what you're doing? How are you going to the pool of resources that, like I told you, I've got someone that is in the advanced stage of his PhD on microplastics. And yeah, we're not talking about it here, so can we speak more about that?
Do one, and then we'll put the other. Okay. Can we save that for later, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important, even though we started late, from a business school perspective, time is money. And I do know that they have a cocktail evening planned. But for us at business school, our classes start at 5:30. So I'm going to, okay, but I'm gonna have his question first.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Razak. My question is actually related to your question, and it's directed to you, the business. Yeah, my question is around the business aspect of ocean resources. In 2015, actually lucky to work with the Dubai Fishermen Cooperative Association. And what we do is basically we sell fish and some other ocean resources. And you're talking about the aspect of trying to tell the fishermen not to fishing at some certain time to allow the oceans to grow. Yeah, I know in Dubai, when I was working with this company, I actually work with the marketing department, and we do the selling, you understand me? So what we usually do is that at a point during the year, we tell the fishermen, please, don't go fishing. So what we usually do at that time is we import fish. I'm so glad you said you're coming from Norway. You know that we usually import, what is it called? What's the name of, salmon from Norway. We import sea bass from Turkey. We import kingfish from Sri Lanka. We import tilapia fish from Egypt. You understand me? So, apart of that, we also encourage the companies who are under the Dubai Fishermen Association. All of them have their own fishing farm. You understand? So when you said, because you can't, when you're telling people who are into the business, don't go there and fish, how will they survive? They employ a lot of people and they have to pay them. I don't care whether I sell fish or I don't sell fish. At the end of the month, I receive my salary. You understand? So what are the programs in place to develop fishing farming? Because if you are saying, don't go to the ocean, allow these resources to develop, you must also put in place an alternative for these people to leverage on first while the ocean resources is being developed. Thank you so much.
Do you have a question on that? Or was this
no, it just the program.
For me, yes. For me, I don't want to break I've got more than 15 years experience in polymers, plastics, research, private sector. So I'm the guy who you must contact, and I will help you.
No, he changed his mind. Okay. So very quickly, because I'm a timekeeper. That's why you appointed me.
Express. Sharon? Yes, Sharon. MPAs for who? Or conservation or protection for who? I think we highlighted the importance of knowledge, not only scientific knowledge, but also considering the indigenous knowledge systems that exist within the various coastal communities. So I definitely would advocate for scientific and knowledge-based protection that is underpinned by research and key initiatives that will promote sustainability. I do understand that there are remote areas, rural areas that have been omitted from policy making and also from implementation plans that have been confirmed and now at implementation or actual happenings phase. So for me, MPAs, there's definitely a need. You do know that we've got different types of MPAs, no-take, or MPAs that do allow for certain levels or quantities of extraction. So that is also informed by research. So I can overemphasize the importance of research, but also inclusiveness and communication around that. Nehemiah, advice for young academics. My advice for young academics, I'll link with Prof. Janine's comment earlier on. Collaboration is key. Obviously, they say charity begins at home. Where you're able to collaborate and partner with researchers in your faculty, in your institution, but also across the provinces that we have. So for me, collaboration is quite key. Young academics do look at attending conferences as early as possible. We do have funding under the research capacity development. So tap into those funding calls. What was easy for me is the fact that we had set aside NGAP allocations, but what the RCD office would say was that we still have funding left for the other people that are not within the NGAP. So those funding opportunities are definitely, and then also young academics, be visible, approach the senior academics. I don't think that we are at an era where people cannot feel free to go and approach a senior researcher and collaborate. Ask them, what is your research gaps that you identified? Where can I? So be proactive also in that regard as young academics and attend such sessions. We have quarterly seminars. Prof. Janine has free SLPs that are offered to students. We do have a formula in terms of cross-subsidization, but there are those free training opportunities that young academics can tap into. Last but not least, Victor, funding opportunities, and I've already highlighted that, but also you highlighted collaboration and partnerships within the university. That's definitely an area where we can improve. I think Bastian has left, but we've had some discussions with him in terms of the earth and the ocean sciences. How are we collaborating and working together? I was actually impressed with your Faculty of Sciences strategic session last week. That's also an area where I see that we're starting to collaborate, where they're inviting all faculties within the institution to form part of their strategy formulation and strategy development actions. So that was also quite key for me. Thank you so much.
Prof. Janine, do you need to add anything in terms of how do you advertise your own openings for collaboration?
So collaboration, and I've been an academic for, I don't want to admit, but maybe over 25 years. So how did we actually get collaboration, say on campus at Nelson Mandela University? It's through funding, and then joint supervision of students works very well, because we're all on a timeline for students to graduate, honors or masters or PhD. And I am currently a co-supervisor of somebody from health sciences, because we see this link between water quality and human health. And so we try and foster that between faculties, and even in terms of supervision, I'm learning a lot from them. I thought in the science faculty I knew everything about student supervision, but I'm getting extra tips. So how do we do that collaboration across faculties? That's one very practical session. Example. And then another way is when there's these international local funding opportunities, and they come very quickly, just be responsive to be part of a bigger team. And through our Institute for Coastal and Marine Research, we try and do that and bring different disciplines into different funding. So at the moment, we're working on a climate resilience proposal that works across disciplines and across faculties. So it's just to know everybody who's on campus, and something like this Research Week of course facilitates that type of discussion. So it's to have those conversations. But yes, let's work together, and as soon as we see new people, we try and encourage them to certainly get involved in the ocean sciences. So if you're looking for a research area, please come join us all at Ocean Sciences. Pardon? Oh, incentives
do you
for fishermen.
want, I can take that one.
Oh, please, thank you.
The incentives for fishermen, I think the fisher folk in South Africa, especially from the Western Province perspective, they have been making a lot of noise, and SAIMI has listened. So they have started with some training programs when it's the off-season, for when you're not allowed to fish anyway, to make sure that people have alternatives from a business perspective on land, to make sure that people actually have an income when they're not allowed to fish. So these things are underway. I think maybe SAIMI is not loud enough about what they're doing in that area, but I promise you the fisher folk are definitely screaming for help and assistance, and they are being heard. I also just wanted to add something. Sharon, there is something called fisheries crime. So even if we have something like a marine protected area, nothing stops other trawlers and shipping vessels from actually coming into our waters under the cloak of darkness, because the coast is so big and difficult to patrol. Even the fish force, working together with our Coast Guard, can't actually get to all the crimes that are being committed off our coastline. So I understand that dilemma is a very serious policing issue, and we must call it what it is. It's fisheries crime, because it's theft of our resources. And then another thing is that it's also difficult to prosecute. So if you don't even know the species of fish that you find on a boat or ship, then it's difficult to actually identify what's caught in our waters. So we need lawyers also to start developing new expertise. We need veterinary scientists to be on board. It's a complex issue, and it again needs a lot of partnership and collaboration for people to be able to target the fisheries crime. And we're not talking about unidentified and unreported even, we're talking about real crime happening while we sleep. Okay? So I'm going to call on Prof. Mensah, Dr. Mensah. I have vision for you. Just to say a word of thanks. And then, ladies and gentlemen, when she's done, we will be officially at the end of this day's program, but you are all invited to go hang out in the lobby area for cocktail evenings. You will excuse the business people who have to be on the clock, but that means more food for you.
Please help me to thank this illustrious panel for an engaging presentation, and especially Nomta, thank you very much to you and Prof. Adams. Thank you very much. We have a small token of appreciation to give to you, but otherwise, thank you very much, and we close this panel. Thank you. Fire this.
Thank you very much.